stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
Amrita, go ahead. You are there. Dhruv, spotlight.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. I am your host, Amrita, and I welcome you today's episode of Diabetes Special. But before that episode, it's time for a great prayer as well as a global peace that we all need in today's time. And we also would like to specially pay tribute to all those people who have lost their life in this episode of the Air India flight crash that and we all with much of
Meena, you can take over.
peace.
Yes, sure. Today's session is dedicated to the memory of the victims of the AI plane crash that that took so many innocent lives and left their families devastated. We pray that the deceased rest in peace, and we hope that their families are able to find closure and peace in time. So today's session is for them, and we're going to start the prayers.
Thank you, Meena. So that is very true. In today's diabetes awareness episode, we have dedicated the first hour for the prayers. Although Dr. Modi will also come and do a presentation in there. And our producer, Kirit Mistry, is here as well. Anjali in Hyderabad, in India. Dr. Amrita Sharma, the senior anchor, Meena Yu, Shivani, our resident vocalist. And it's so important that the whole world was talking about the calamity that took place and everybody perished just in few seconds. In the history, hardly ever it has happened that on a takeoff and within a minute, as everybody were happy and switching the phone off and telling their relatives, particularly they were coming to London to see their relatives, and those who were from UK returning back to UK, life was switched off in just less than a minute. So such kind of calamity has hardly ever happened. So as you say, Meena, in the diabetes awareness, because it's the Diabetes Awareness Week world over, which is also very important, we decided to dedicate at least 40 to 60 minutes to pray for the people, and particularly with the war going on in up there, Russia and Ukraine and Iran and Israel. Well, I think it only takes that we should pray for people. So, Meena, maybe you can start with a prayer. Over to you, Meena.
Yes, definitely. So first I'm going to start with Gayatri Mantra. So let's all fold our hands and sing Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturevarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturevarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturevarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturevarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturevarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. So this was Gayatri Mantra, a universal mantra, and a great start to today's session. And the next bhajan that I'm going to sing is Jai Radha Madhava, Jaya Kunj Bihari. Jai Radha Madhava, Jai Kunj Bihari. Jai Radha Madhava, Jai Kunj Bihari. जय कुंज बिहारी जय गोपी जन वल्लभ जय गोपी जन वल्लभ जय गिरिवरधारी जय राधा माधव जय कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव जय कुंज बिहारी यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन जमुना तीर बनचारी जमुना तीर बनचारी जय राधा माधव जय कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव जय कुंज बिहारी हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 रामा राम राम हरे 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 रामा राम राम हरे हरे जय राधा माधव जय कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव जय कुंज बिहारी
So soothing, Meena. And what an appropriate time that for those of our listeners who are connected to us on the Facebook, YouTube, and our website. Today's episode, which is diabetes awareness that affects almost every country on the earth, we have decided to dedicate the first 40 to 50 minutes to all the souls who perished in the Air India flight that was London bound from Ahmedabad. And so sad that people's lives were switched off in less than 1 minute of takeoff. Together with the wars that are taking place on the earth, it's the right time to pray for everybody. Meena, did you know anybody on the flight?
No, I didn't know anyone. No.
And as it
But
happens,
I can feel the pain definitely
and
because
as it
it's my
happens,
city. It's my city, and I use that airport all the time. So I can actually feel it very closely. I can relate to each and everyone how they must be feeling. I can feel the pain definitely.
yes, it's such a popular route because Gujarati
Very.
community is so much settled here in London. So
Mm,
those who were coming to visit their relatives for the first time, they perished. And those who were returning, who have met their people, all the stories that is coming out is just so poignant when you think of it. Shivani, did you know anybody or how sad do you feel that this calamity took place?
It's really heartbreaking to know. I can't say luckily, unluckily, but I know no one in the plane. But whatever happened is very unfortunate. I mean, like in seconds, just lives vanished, and they vanished from their
Absolutely.
lives.
As you say, in few seconds. Can you imagine? They must be so excited. I mean, even the couple, the two male who were married, who were running a wellness center here, both were of an English origin. They actually put up the video from the airport just few minutes before, and little did they know what was waiting ahead. And look at the kind
Finally,
of the stories that are coming out, and what a fate to meet. Kirit, you are in Leicester, the only sole survivor, the now famous flight seat number 11A is in Leicester. Did you know you go to Ahmedabad quite often, although different route. I
Yes,
mean,
no,
this was shocking.
it's very shocking and a miracle that one person from Leicester had survived. But the sadness of all the lives that have been gone as well, just within minutes. Well, within a minute, really. So, but it's a city obviously I travel to quite often as well. So also for people in not just on the plane, but people who are at the college that also lost their lives as well, so and their family really. So this is timely to kind of mention this and also pray for
Yes.
them.
And last year you were there twice. I know that because as you were taking off and you were there because you do know people down there. Anjali, you were of course shocked. We've been posting things. We've been taking each other on some statistics and what's happening. What thought was going on in your mind? Although you are in Hyderabad, what was going on in your mind?
It is so tragic and heartbreaking. You can't even believe something like this can happen. In just few seconds, the entire world changed for people and their families and their friends. So our colleague, one of my colleague, Dr. Vibhuti, was on the flight. So we lost her. She was a physiotherapist working in London and we've lost her. So
And
several
of
other people
course,
I know. Yeah,
And of course, you yourself have done your part of your growing up in London, and you
London,
got
yeah.
friends here, so you must have been so shocked. Did you know
Because
she
I
was on
came.
the Did you know she was on the flight, or you knew afterwards?
We came to know on afterwards because through our network of physiotherapy committees, we came to know about her. And it is shocking that all of them have come to meet their family members in Ahmedabad or
Correct.
somebody in India, and then they just return back and this happens to them. And so many
So,
times I have boarded the flight and I just feeling like, it's just a matter of luck or I don't know, fate. It just took
so our
everybody.
parents, Anjali, used to teach us that the fate has got its own way to take you up. It actually is designed, and now we can understand. Dr. Modi, Deepa Modi, who is going to tell us more about diabetes later in half an hour. She went to prayers just earlier today as well. Dr. Modi, how did you feel and what was the feeling in the prayer room? I bet
I mean,
everybody was
it was
shocked.
very, very moving. All the Hindu communities got together to get today in Baps Mandir Swaminarayan. So many communities came together, over 1,000 people. It was really touching. They had
And
a
it was
special
not just,
message from Mahant Swami as well.
so Mahan Swami was one of the first one in India to
Mm,
gather all the santos.
yeah.
And that was just on the same day, as soon as the evening came.
And 2 days ago, I was at Haveli Katha, and the
Yes.
two Maharajis who came from Ahmedabad, from Gujarat, they were going to board that very flight.
Okay.
But there, somebody told them that don't go on that day, go a day earlier. There's something not right that day, go a day earlier. So they came one day earlier and they were saved. But they,
They are
they,
so
they were touched by it all.
They are so lucky. And you say a lot of Hindu people, but let me tell you, it wasn't just Hindu. The whole world was united.
Everywhere.
For the first time, every news channel on the earth,
Mhm.
full time, were talking about this flight. And our King Charles actually declared a black armband day as well.
Yeah.
And you saw him wearing that even on his birthday. and held a minute's silence simply because India and UK have got such a good relationship, and particularly with the huge settlement of Gujaratis as well. So shocking. Let's carry some more prayers. Meena, over to you and Shivani, and we'll chit chat again. Over to you, Meena and Shivani.
Hello? Audible?
Shivani, yes, you are live.
Oh, yes. I would like to start my prayers with Ganesh Bhajan.
Meena, you can unmute.
Oh, she can't hear? Oh, now she can.
Now I can.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। श्री कृष्ण गोविंद गोपाला हरि गोविंद गोविंद गोपाला श्री कृष्ण गोविंद गोपाला हरि गोविंद गोविंद गोपाला श्री कृष्ण गोविंद गोपाला हरि गोविंद गोविंद गोपाला श्री कृष्ण गोविंद मुरली मनोहर देवकी नंदन गोपाला श्री कृष्ण गोविंद गोपाला देवकी नंदन गोपाला दानव भंजन गोपाला देवकी नंदन गोपाला दानव भंजन गोपाला श्री कृष्ण गोविंद मुरली मनोहर देवकी नंदन गोपाला श्री कृष्ण गोविंद गोपाला हरि गोविंद गोविंद गोपाला नंद किशोरा गोपाला नवनीत छोरा गोपाला नंद किशोरा गोपाला नवनीत छोरा गोपाला श्री कृष्ण गोविंद मुरली मनोहर देवकी नंदन गोपाला श्री कृष्ण गोविंद गोपाला हरि गोविंद गोविंद गोपाला। Thank you. Over to Meena ji.
Thank you. Beautiful singing, Shivani. You have a very beautiful voice. And now I'm going to sing Ram Bhajan. Shri Jai Raghunandan, Jai Siya Ram. That's based on Rag Yaman. So, श्री रामचंद्र आश्रित पारिजातः समस्त कल्याण गुणाम्बिराम सीतामुखां गुरुचञ्चरीकः निरन्तरं मङ्गलं मातनोत् जय रघुनंदन जय सिया राम। जय रघुनंदन जय सिया राम। जय रघुनंदन जय सिया राम। हे जय रघुनंदन जय रघुनंदन जय सिया
Beautiful, mesmerizing.
Thank you. It is a beautiful bhajan, and it's based on pure rag Yaman. So shall over to you, Shivani, and then I'll sing another one.
मधुबन की लताओं में गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं, मधुबन की लताओं में गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं, 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 मधुबन की लताओं में गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं, यमुना का किनारा हो उसमें चंचल सी धारा हो, यमुना का किनारा हो उसमें चंचल सी धारा हो, वहाँ रास रचाते हुए गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं, वहाँ रास रचाते हुए गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं, 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 मधुबन की लताओं में गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं, मधुबन की लताओं में गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं, गुरुदेव खड़े तिरछी जिनके सर पे मैं मुकुट बिरजे, गुरुदेव खड़े तिरछी जिनके सर पे मुकुट बिरजे, अधरों पे लिए मुरली गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं, अधरों पे लिए मुरली गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं, 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 मधुबन की लताओं में गुरुदेव तुम्हें देखूं.
So beautiful,
So beautiful. Yes.
so wonderful. And let's remind our viewers that it's the diabetes awareness episode today. But in light of the calamity that took place with the Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London, we have decided to hold prayers and together with the wars that are taking place. So, Meena Shivani, let's take a 10-minute break. Let's visit to our episode producer, Kirit Mistry. He will tell us a bit about diabetes, and also Dr. Deepa can talk a bit about diabetes, and then we come back with more prayers. So let's have a 10-minute break, okay?
So,
Over to you, Kirit Mistry, if you could introduce Dr. Deepa Modi. Let's have a 10-minute chit chat on diabetes. And then once again, people on the social media are very appreciative of Healing Our Earth for bringing these prayers. Well, that's what Healing Our Earth does. It prays for everybody, it unites everybody, it brings love, harmony, and unity. Over to you, Kirit Mistry, for the next 10 minutes.
okay, thank you. Global namaste to all of our viewers today, and thank you again for the lovely bhajans and the prayers that we've been hearing. So that's been amazing to actually remember the lives of lost in this tragedy that happened just on Thursday in India, in Ahmedabad. So our thoughts are with the families who are obviously lost their loved ones, but also our thoughts are with everyone who's been devastated by this around the world. So today's special episode is around diabetes awareness. It's in the UK. We've got Diabetes Awareness Week, which ends today. So it's really important. Diabetes affects a number of our South Asian population, but also African population and all communities as well, but mostly very prevalent within the South Asian and the African communities. So it's really important that we raise awareness globally, that although we're taking this in the UK context, but diabetes is a global phenomenon that's going around the world. We have our Dr. Deepa Modi, who's a retired GP, but also has been doing some amazing work around, holistic education, lifestyle, and you'll hear more from her. So without further, I'm just going to introduce Dr. Deepa Modi to just say a global namaste to our viewers and just present a little bit, and then we will certainly be coming back to let you continue your presentation. So global namaste, Deepa Modi.
Namaste, everybody. Thank you. Beautiful bhajans, and yeah, really great tribute you're doing. Fantastic job to all the singers. Really good. Am I able to share my?
You should be co-host, so you should be able to share.
Oh, 1 minute. This is what I wanted.
Just while you're doing that, I just wanted to give you a couple of stats. In 2014, the world there was 387 million people living with diabetes, and it's predicted that by 2035 that figure is going to grow to 592 million, a 53% rise of diabetes. So it's really important of the messages that you're going to get today from Dr. Deepa and also others to kind of look at how we can share this information and help people manage better or prevent diabetes. So that's what today's special episode is going to be about, and you'll be hearing from a couple of our Sahar members who are also living with diabetes a bit later on as well. So you're able to share. I think you just need to.
Yeah, I'm trying to share now. How do I?
Switch off your share. You shouldn't show your desktop.
Oh, okay.
Find the item you want to share, then screen share, please. So if you could switch off, it's showing your desktop and everything.
Yeah.
Switch off, and then find what you want. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Find your presentation and then bring it on, please.
Yeah.
It should be on your computer before you share, okay?
Yeah, I found my presentation.
Okay. Maximize, yes, it's here. Every healthy choice counts. If you maximize the screen.
Okay.
Do it as a presentation.
1 minute. How do I maximize the screen?
So you will see an icon either on the top right or at the bottom, so that the full screen will be taken.
Yeah, no, that's not right. Oops. Oh dear.
No problem. No problem. Just there's a presentation view that you should be able to click on. Is it?
Yeah, that's what I've done, but
Yeah. Okay.
one minute. Let me try again. So where
Dr.
presentation
Deepa, do F5 at the top.
F5. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah, it's not propagating. What you can do, maybe.
How do I maximize? I've got this thing on the screen share. It's maximizing it.
Yeah, it depends. It depends which computer you are on. On the top right, you've got minimum, maximum icon, or at the bottom.
Is that coming?
Function. No, you've gone down. What you do, switch it off, maximize on your screen, and then share. We can have a bhajan meanwhile. Turn your screen share off, please.
Yeah.
Nina, you can do a bhajan while she's setting up correctly. Okay, so Dr. Modi, switch off your screen share, please.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. No problem. Don't worry. See if at your end you can see it maximum. What you see will come over here. Okay. Okay, Meena.
Yeah.
Meena or Shivani, let's have a bhajan or a prayer or a kirtan.
Yes, sure. I'm going to sing this Krishna bhajan. सुनो कृष्ण प्यारे ये विनती हमारी तरसती है आँखियाँ दरस को तुम्हारे सुनो कृष्ण प्यारे ये विनती हमारी तरसती है आँखियाँ दरस को तुम्हारे कोई रूप लेकर अब चले आओ नहीं तो निकल जाएगी जान ये हमारी सुनो कृष्ण प्यारे ये विनती हमारी तरसती है आँखियाँ दरस को तुम्हारे हमें भी सुनाओ वो धुन बांसुरी की हमें भी लुभाओ जैसे गोपियाँ लुभी थी हमें भी सुनाओ वो धुन बांसुरी की हमें भी लुभाओ जैसे गोपियाँ लुभी थी गैया चिड़ैया सब राह देखे गैया चिड़ैया सब राह देखे कलयुग में कितनी जरूरत तुम्हारी सुनो कृष्ण प्यारे फिर भी ये दुनिया कहती है राधे कृष्णा, सिखा दो न हमको ऐसी पवित्रता। सुनो कृष्ण प्यारे, ये बिनती हमारी। सुनो कृष्ण प्यारे, ये बिनती हमारी। तरसती है अखियाँ दरस को हमारी। कोई रूप लेकर अब चले आओ, कोई रूप लेकर अब चले आओ। नहीं तो निकल जाएगी जाने हमारी। सुनो कृष्ण प्यारे, ये बिनती हमारी। तरसती है अखियाँ दरस को तुम्हारी। सुनो कृष्ण प्यारे, ये बिनती हमारी। तरसती है अखियाँ दरस को तुम्हारे।
Wow, so divine it is.
Thank you, thank you,
Just beautiful.
thank you.
That's wonderful. Let's see if Kirit and Dr. Modi has sorted it out. If they have, we do. Otherwise, let's keep on praying. And yes, Deepa Modi is here. Tips to prevent and manage diabetes naturally. Okay. Then can you maximize the screen?
Is it coming?
Yeah, your screen is showing.
Now it's coming. Yes,
Tips
now it's
to
coming.
prevent
Fine.
and manage diabetes and see if you can
Okay.
maximize.
Is it not central, no?
Yeah, it's there. It's not maximum. Okay, don't worry. Just talk about it. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're talking about how to prevent and manage diabetes naturally. Because, first is awareness. Our body is designed to heal if we have just a little bit of awareness what to do. And unfortunately, diabetes is an epidemic right now where the blood sugar is rising above normal. And, why is this happening? This is what we need to understand. Pancreas stops making, either the pancreas stops making insulin, which is type 1 diabetes, and that's only a minority of people with diabetes, about 8 or 9%. And the majority have got type 2 diabetes, where the pancreas is still making insulin, but in an impaired fashion. And the main problem in type 2 diabetes is there's insulin resistance, where insulin is like a key, and the cell receptors are like the lock. And basically the key can't get into the lock, so that the sugar is not able to get into your cells and muscles where it needs to be. And the reason for this is the receptors, the lock is blocked with fat, and that's simple as that. And when the sugar rises in your blood, everything damages, all the blood vessels clog up. So you get damage to your heart, you get damage to you can get brain damage causing stroke, you can get leg problems, you can get ulcerations, eye problems, giving you vision loss from diabetic retinopathy. It's a huge problem. Kidney, if it blocks your kidney, you get kidney failure. And we're seeing this everywhere. People are suffering, eye problems, leg problems, everything. So, it's a global pandemic, epidemic. 800 million people are known to have diabetes now. And the highest is in the South Asian countries, China being the highest incidence, 141 million, India being second highest as 101 million people suffering, and Pakistan is the third highest, 33 million. Now in India, the incidence is the actual proportion of people having diabetes is about 11.5%. And in Pakistan, it's about 31%, which is 1 in 3 people. Huge. And over half are not receiving any treatment at all, or a lot of people don't even know they have diabetes, and the rates have doubled in the last 30 years. So these are the grim figures. In the UK alone, we have 5 million people with diabetes, which is 7% of the adult population. And 4.5 million have been diagnosed, and the other 1.2 million haven't been diagnosed. So almost 1 in 5 don't even know they have diabetes. And it's about 9 to 10% of the NHS budget, £10 billion a year we're spending on it. Huge. So, is there, diabetes is a huge thing. So what are the risk factors? We're going to focus mainly on type 2 diabetes, which is this one where, the receptor sites are blocked. The pancreas produces insulin, but the glucose cannot get into the cell. And what causes this? Number one factor is obesity, where your body weight is high. So if your BMI is over 30, you're 7 times more likely to get diabetes. Also, age is another factor. Above 35, everybody's risk rises. Family history is also a problem. Ethnicity is a big risk factor. South Asians are all 4 times more likely to get diabetes than white Caucasian people. And also other ethnic groups are also at much higher risk, like Africans, Latinos, Hispanics, Pacific Islanders. And also a sedentary lifestyle is a major risk factor in getting diabetes. So if you want to know your risk, the Leicester Research Center has developed a Leicester Diabetes Risk Score, which is internationally known. And you can just Google this, Leicester Diabetes Risk Score, and you'll get a table of list of questions. It's very easy to do, and anybody can find out what risk they are, low, medium, or high, to getting diabetes type 2. So it's a good tool. You can also get it on Diabetes UK website if you put risk score. So what can we do? I mean, can diabetes be prevented? That's the question. Now, up to 90%, it's a big yes. You can prevent it in up to 90% of people. Almost in all type 2 diabetes, you can reverse it if you do the lifestyle changes needed. And this is what we're going to focus on now. Type 1 also, you can manage it much better with a particular diet called low-fat, whole food, plant-based diet. Now, how do you prevent type 2? The main thing is you've got to maintain a normal weight. Keep your BMI below 25, and if you're South Asian, a BMI of below 23 is recommended. Also, eating a healthy diet and eating in moderation is the key. And with that, you need regular exercise, stress management, and literally you have to be happy. Happiness improves your risks of not getting diabetes, that's for sure. Stress is one of the biggest reasons why people with normal weights are getting diabetes. So to know you have diabetes, you have to do blood test, and HbA1 and fasting glucose are the 2 main blood tests that diagnose diabetes. In the UK, HbA1c of 6.1% is considered to be diabetic. Anything above 6.1 is diabetes. Or a fasting glucose of 6.1 millimoles per liter, which is 110 milligrams per deciliter. Now, these criteria vary. I think in India and US, the levels of HbA1c is 6.5 or above. But it varies. But currently, this is the figures in the UK. Now, to reverse diabetes, there's a program on the NHS called type 2 diabetes path to remission. And this is all due to research by Professor Roy Taylor from Newcastle University, who's found that diabetes type 2 is mainly because of excess fat buildup in the liver and pancreas. And people need to lose about 15 kgs in weight to reverse it. And even if you're normal body weight, you have hidden fat, and losing up to 10 kgs can reverse it. So in the NHS in the UK currently, if you fit the criteria, which is being below 65 and having type 2 diabetes within the last 6 years, and a BMI of 25 if you're Asian, or a BMI over 27 if you're white, this is the eligibility criteria to go onto this program. And they give you a low calorie diet for 12 weeks. And it's all programmed. They give you a meal replacement diet, very low calorie. And then they give you support to get back to normal eatings and a healthier lifestyle to maintain your weight. And this does work in up to 80% of people. So also in the UK, if you're diabetic, you can get if you're obese and have diabetes and or hypertension, you can get an NHS digital weight management program, which is available to anybody if you're in this group. It's a 12 weeks online program. And it just needs a referral by your primary care team or a community pharmacist. But now, so weight is the key thing. You've got to be a normal weight, which is a BMI of 18.5 to 25, which is this green bracket. Overweight is considered a BMI of over 25, and obese is considered a BMI over 30. So underweight is below 18.5. So I'm now going to, there's another method around the world where they show how to control diabetes. And this has been going on for about 25, 30 years. A whole number of doctors in US, Dr. Neil Barnard, Dr. Dean Ornish, Dr. Joel Furman, have been practicing this in the US. And in India, there's Dr. Nandita Shah, who's a leader in this. And she's formed a Sharan Foundation, sharanindia.org. And she's amazing. She's been doing this for about 15 years, I believe, or more, where they reverse people's diabetes. They reverse all sorts of medical conditions just by following this diet. There's a few other people doing it as well. Cyrus Kambata and Robbie Barbaro, two young guys who I think Stanford University students who both developed type 1 diabetes and are now hardly need any insulin. They're on minimum amounts of insulin, and they're teaching people how to eat like this and live like this through their coaching program called Mastering Diabetes. So it's all about eating whole foods, which is basically this, as you see in the diagram. Everything natural, more fruits, vegetables, whole grains, everything that is as it is in nature. Yeah, no processed foods. More beans, more salads, more greens, more nuts and seeds. And there's basically no added oils. You've got to keep away from anything extra that is not in nature. You just eat fruits and vegetables and whole grains and seeds and nuts to get your oils. And if you can eat like this, I mean, you need to go on a program where they teach you how to cook and make tasty foods using this. And basically, you've got to avoid all dairy products, no milk, and no animal products at all. No milk, no butter, no cheese, no eggs, no animal products at all, and no processed foods. And you can, if you follow this sort of diet, you are guaranteed to lose weight and normalize your HbA1c within 2 to 3 weeks. And they also encourage you to eat a whole rainbow colored foods, all different colored foods every day. So this is something worth knowing about. And, basically say this is the ideal proportions to eat. You eat like 50% vegetables and fruits, 25% whole grains, and 25% protein foods like beans, legumes, and nuts. So that's the basic diet. But I'm going to go through a whole, through all the research I could find, sort of 18 really simple ways anyone at home can change their blood sugar levels and normalize them. Number one is you've got to fast for 12 hours a day. And that's really easy. You've got to have 12 hours between your last meal at night and first meal in the morning. That helps to burn fat and it reduces your risk of getting diabetes drastically. Also, you've got to eat in moderation. Only eat till 80% full. And the only way you'll do this if you eat slowly and you eat mindfully. Don't eat in a hurry because you'll often eat more than you need. And you need to eat without distractions. You've got to be seated, you've got to be calm, you've got to have some time to eat so that you chew more. And if you chew more, you will eat less. It's a direct fact. Thirdly, you've got to stay away from anything processed. Ultra processed foods are the major problem in getting diabetes these days. That's why it's on the increase, because we're eating more and more of these pre-packaged foods. They consider in the US it's 60% of the total diet is processed foods. So it's no wonder people are getting diabetes. So it's high GI carbs that you've got to stay away from. Things like sugar, white bread, white flour, potatoes, white rice, fizzy drinks, white fruit juices, which are concentrated sugar, processed cereals and cakes and biscuits and things like that. So those are the foods to minimize. We cannot avoid them totally, but if you can minimize them, it's to your benefit. Fourthly, you've got to substitute good carbs, which are low GI, slow releasing carbs, such as millets like bajro or jowar. Also, corn is very good. Oats are very good, whole rolled oats, even chickpea flour, gram flour. And in India, you can get green jackfruit flour, which is a real miracle flour. Green jackfruit flour has been proven to reduce your blood sugar drastically. And they're now mixing this with normal wheat flour to make chapatis, and you will not get diabetes if you eat this. So it's something to bear in mind. Also, eat more protein foods. As much as you can, eat whole beans, lentils, tofu, nuts, seeds, that sort of foods. Also eat more fiber-rich foods, which are things like berries, fruits, salads, veggies, and eat good fats. So things like avocados are excellent food for fats. Tahini, which is a sesame seed paste, is excellent as well as a replacement for things like butter or oils. Nut butters of any kind, peanut butter, almond butter, cashew butter, you can get all sorts nowadays. A little bit of extra virgin olive oil is also okay, I think. And mainly reduce fats by not having too much of fried foods. So these are the ways you can get good fats, are eating these foods. The other tip is, 1 minute. The other tip is, a lot of doctors in India are recommending this, is to have a teaspoon of ghee or pure coconut oil, unrefined coconut oil, in warm water first thing in the morning, just a teaspoon. Now, if you drink this, it lines your stomach and intestine, and it reduces your blood sugar throughout the whole day. It's amazing. And there is some truth in this. It also improves your digestion and immunity. because the fat actually reduces absorption of the sugars and carbohydrates you will eat, and it will balance your sugar to a quite a fair amount. So it's something to do if you wish to try, but there is some truth in this, and a lot of doctors are recommending this. Also, another similar thing is a tablespoon of chia seeds. Now, these are readily available. They're not that expensive either. And you just soak a tablespoon of it in some water, or some people like to soak it in plant-based milk or milk even, and just leave them overnight, and then you can consume them the next day in the morning, or with your cereal or with anything you're eating, and it will drastically reduce your sugar spikes. And it's full of omega-3 fatty acids and aids digestion. It'll make you full, and it will help you manage your weight as well. It's a useful tool in weight management. So it's a brilliant food to eat, soaked chia seeds. And even if you soak them for an hour or two, or even half an hour, they will swell up and you can still consume them. So it's not necessary overnight soaking, but it's better if you can. So that's tip number 9. Then we go to tip number 10, which is making sure you're not lacking vitamin D. You must get a blood test for this, but most people are lacking vitamin D. And especially if you're diabetic, if you don't have sufficient vitamin D, your insulin will be not responsive as much. Your sugars will go higher. So it is very important to take vitamin D supplements, and I recommend everybody should be taking a minimum of 2,000 international units per day. It helps you to reduce inflammation, and it improves your immunity, and it's very, very good. Also, check your vitamin B12 level. Again, most people lack it. And I suggest everybody, if you're diabetic, just take it. Take a B12 supplement or a good multivitamin or B complex vitamin, which has got B12 in it. Here, I don't know in India, but in the UK, it's more cost effective to buy a good multivitamin than it is to just buy a B12 supplements. It's almost the same price. So you might as well buy a multivitamin and just take one a day of that. It prevents neuropathy, it protects your heart. B12 is vital in your nervous system to function. So it's very important. The 12th tip is to reduce cow's milk intake. Now, this works for some people. I've seen so many people who had a little bit high HbA1s, and I just told them to stop milk consumption, but they could have yogurt and other things, but just plain milk to stop, and substitute it for a sugar-free plant-based milk. And usually, I can guarantee you, within 2 months, your HbA1c will go down by 1 to 2%. And I've seen this repeatedly. The reason for this is 1 glass of milk contains 12 grams of lactose, which is a type of sugar, which is equivalent to 3 teaspoons of sugar in 1 glass of milk. And also in milk, there's also hormones. There's insulin growth hormone, which ups your blood sugars, and estrogens and so many other hormones which disrupt your insulin sensitivity. So it's something to try, and I've seen it work. And people at Sharon and vegan societies recommend it as well. The other tip is 1 minute, we're almost getting there. Yes, the other tip is to have something bitter. So one of the bitterest things we have is fenugreek. Everybody has it in their home, especially if you're Asian. Now, just drinking 10 grams of fenugreek powder in mixed with water can reduce and maintain normal blood sugars. There's a study been done on this, and it's been proven to do this. And also in the study, they showed it lowered LDL cholesterol and triglyceride levels, which is a type of fat. So fenugreek is amazing. You can take it in other ways as well. Another simple way of taking it, if you don't want the powder, is to just have a teaspoon of it, soak it in water overnight in a glass, and then in the morning drink the water and then chew the seeds as well. And it's really, really beneficial for blood sugar control. Also, the 17th point is have a clove of garlic if you eat garlic. And I know some people don't eat garlic, but again, this will just one clove of garlic, if you can eat it, will reduce your blood sugar by 10%, as well as your blood cholesterol by 10%. And also, if you are eating a high carb, a hydrate diet, or if you fancy a dessert or something, before eating it, you can combine it with some protein or fiber-rich or fat-rich food. So, for instance, if you're having a banana, a ripe banana, have a spoon of peanut butter with it, and that will reduce the sugar absorption. Or you can have a bowl of just a tablespoon of soaked chia seeds with your dessert or with your cereal or whatever carbohydrate food you're eating. And that again will slow down the absorption. So it's just a simple way of controlling your blood sugar, and these definitely work. So they're the simple diet tips. And then, you've got to exercise more, try and move more. The key is to move in any way or form. So walking, skipping, wall push-ups, yoga, anything, going to the gym, doing any sort of active sport. If you can't exercise, stand more, just get up every half an hour if you're sitting. After eating, especially, just walk a few yards, even 100, 200 steps. 5 minutes walk can reduce your blood sugar spikes drastically. And if you're sitting, just moving your heels up and down, like heel to toe movements, just heel raises, like tailors do, when they're peddling sewing machines. They found that in India, a guy did a study on 100 tailors. Nobody was diabetic because they were moving their feet all the time. So we can do that. Anybody can do that. Even if you're sedentary, you can keep moving your calves and feet and just raise your heels, so easy to do. So just doing that for 5-10 minutes will burn up your sugar and maintain your sugar levels to normal. So the other thing is you've got to manage your mind. Mind is a crucial thing in everything. If you're stressed, you're more likely to get raised cholesterol, which is raised cortisol level, which will raise sugar levels. So first and foremost, be grateful for everything. Also, try and be positive as much as you can. Try and get into the habit of watching what your thoughts are coming, because very often we get negative thoughts, and if you get in the habit of observing what you're thinking, you will then have the opportunity to manage, to know that you can change that. You don't have to think negatively. Every thought you can flip over to thinking in a better way. How can I change this to a better way of thinking? So flip it around to the opposite, to the positive. And stay in the moment. It's once you get into the habit, it's quite easy. And think only what you want. Why think of things that you don't want? Create things. Things will actually create things. So your thoughts create matter. So think what you want, be in the moment, and say what you want. Be coherent. Say what you want and think what you want. And that's what will happen. And if you say this, say things 200 times a day, they will manifest. So keep saying, I'm healthy, I'm happy, I'm peaceful, I love myself, I forgive myself, I accept myself. It's just simple but doable. You can do this first thing in the morning, look at yourself in the mirror and tell yourself, I love myself, I'm happy, I'm grateful. it's, Louise Hay and many other people have taught these, and it's really simple to do, but highly, highly effective.
If I'm going to ask you to just conclude, please.
Yes, we're finishing now. Yeah, I'm always
thank you.
finished.
Thank
Thank you. So manage your stress, breathe slowly, get social, laugh more, and eat low glycemic foods. I mean, these are just tables to show what are high glycemic foods. These are the foods to avoid: potatoes, bread, sugar, things like that. Cereals, the high GI foods. The medium GI foods are better, things like oats, sweet potatoes, sourdough bread, dark chocolate, bajro, millets, corn, they're all good. Low GI foods are basically beans and vegetables, and fenugreek and Karela amongst the lowest of GI foods there is. So that's why they're beneficial to eat. And low GI fruits, virtually all the berries, cherries, grapefruits, pears, oranges, all of those are low GI, including grapes, blueberries, apples. And dairy products are also medium range GI. So take home messages are basically eat healthy and in moderation, maintain, try and keep a 12-hour fast, maintain a normal weight and walk or exercise more and manage your stress better. Eat more low fat, whole food, plant-based foods with low GI. Eat some bitters or sugar lowering foods like fenugreek, Karela, broccoli, chia seeds, cinnamon. And you can reduce your blood sugar spikes by adding fiber, protein, or fat-rich foods to any high GI foods. And finally, have regular checkups. So it's basically making good choices. Health is about making good choices, and every healthy choice counts. So today, try and make a choice that your future self will thank you for. Thank you.
Thank you. Amazing presentations.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, super. Kirit, we need to move on with Neeta, but just before we do, there were a lot of questions, but we didn't leave time to chit chat. So let me ask just one question. Samantha wants to ask, she loves yogurt. Is yogurt okay to eat?
Yes, yogurt is better because it's pre-digested. It's better than milk.
Okay,
Yogurt
Samantha.
is already fermented, so it's far better than milk. Yes.
Thank you, Samantha. You can have
You can
yogurt.
eat, yes.
Maybe avoid other dairy products.
Hash, buttermilk is also good. Yeah.
Superb. So
It's just the milk because it's got full sugar in it, whereas the other one, the bacteria use up the sugar. Yeah.
Thank you. Anjali, what was your comment? Presentation was nice. Maybe there was too much information, but
yeah,
it's
overloaded. Sorry.
Wasn't it, Anjali?
No, it was wonderful, Dr. Deepa. So much inputs for everyone, We see a lot of young girls now getting PCOS, and they are all going towards diabetes, almost insulin resistance and diabetes. And something I think all these information can be used for those girls also, the young girls. But my question to you is, if somebody is having chronic kidney disease and they can't have jackfruit flour because it's high in potassium, what do we do for them? Like you mentioned about the green jackfruit.
Yeah, I mean, there are other
flour.
foods, fenugreek and cinnamon powder. I think I missed that. Just half teaspoon of cinnamon powder.
Right.
Can lower your blood sugar. So that is something to add, you can do.
Right.
And Anjali, you get a lot of Karelas in India.
Karela, yeah,
Which is-
Karela. There's broccoli,
which is-
even all
yes.
green vegetables like kale or spinach or any greens, they slow down your blood sugar absorption.
So for those of us who are listening who are not
Fiber.
Indian, Karela is bitter gourd, and it could be available in your country as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Deepa.
Even a
Kirit,
handful
what
of
you can do-
berries like raspberries, strawberries, they high fiber. They
Thank
will slow
you.
down sugar.
Thank you.
Kirit,
Thank
what
you,
you can
Dr.
do,
Deepa.
Kirit, what you can do, if you get the presentation and put it on the Facebook and tag it to everybody, so people can, at their pleasure, maybe the more people that read and see, the better it is. Well done, Dr. Deepa. Let's go to Neeta and then Hina. don't worry, Hina, you will get your time as well. So over the next 12 minutes, Kirit,
Yeah,
let's
sure.
go to Nita and see what she has got to tell us. Thank you.
Okay, Global Namaste, Nita Ben. I want to introduce Nita Ben because she's also a founding member of South Asian Health Action. But today she's joining us to kind of give us a personal journey of her being a type 1 diabetic. So this is going to be a conversation with myself and Nita Ben, just in terms of how she's introducing type 1 to our viewers, but also how she manages and copes with living with type 1 diabetes. So Global Namaste, Nita Ben.
Hello to everyone, and thank you for inviting me today to talk about type 1 diabetes. Sometimes I do feel type 2 diabetes, I know, because you can control it in different ways and you can be in remission from type 2. There's lots more talk about it, but yeah, type 1 isn't mentioned as much in terms of the community. So when Kirit asked me, I was like, yeah, I'd be more than happy to speak about type 1 diabetic. I'm not a medical profession, but I've had type 1 diabetes for over 45 years now. So it's by experience, I can give you my experience. Obviously, the medics are here. If they need to input, you're more than welcome. I'm not quite sure where you wanted me to start from. I'll give you my journey of diabetes. Yeah,
that'd be great. Yes.
Okay, so I was diagnosed as a type 1 diabetic when I was 10 years old, and that was over 45 years ago. In those days, it was never heard of that children got diabetes, so it was a shock to everybody's system. Some of the signs, if you are a type 1 diabetic, is your mouth becomes very dry, thirsty. What was a plus point for me was I lost a lot of weight. I've always been a chubby child, but I was losing a lot of weight. And that was due to the diabetes. And the doctors were like, okay, there's nothing wrong with her. She's a child. She's running around. It's summertime. That's why she's thirsty, etc., etc. So it wasn't recognized that children could get diabetes or those in previous years. But I was one. Type 1 is also seen as hereditary. In my personal case, nobody from my mum's side has diabetes, including her parents or their parents. That's the knowledge that they have, and nobody from my dad's side had diabetes. My grandparents didn't, and nor did their parents. So, yes, it's classed as a hereditary ailment, but in my case, I was the first one in my family to become a type 1 diabetic. Living with type 1 diabetes is slightly different to being a type 2 diabetic. You can't control it with just food or tablets. You have to have insulin, and insulin is taken via injections. So I've been doing that since I was 10 years old. It's not all morbid, though. My dad brought me up saying, listen, you're a type 1 diabetic. Yes, you're going to have to inject yourself. We'll help you through that until you're able to do it yourself. Remember, I was only 10, but I can do everything, in the nicest possible way. I don't see myself as disabled. And my dad was like, listen, you're not blind, you're not deaf, you can do everything. So cope with your diabetes as well as you can. So being a type 1 diabetic is no different in terms of the background stuff that could happen. So you do have to look after your eyes. You do have to look after your feet because sometimes you lose sensation. In terms of eating, I am blessed enough to say I can eat everything and anything. And Dr. Modi is probably smiling there because she sees me at events where I am still enjoying the odd rasgulla or the odd mithai. That's because we can alter the amount of insulin we can take. So if you're diagnosed with type 1 diabetes or you have type 1 diabetes, please don't be afraid of it. Learn to live with it, and you can lead a normal life like anyone else.
Great. And throughout your personal journey and obviously living with type 1 diabetes for 45 years. Has there been changes that you've made to kind of help you, because sometimes being a diabetic myself as well, that behavior change is something a bit difficult to kind of do. So is there any tips around what have you done to kind of change that? You said you can eat everything, but obviously you would just, but you also obviously know how to do that because of the latest gadget that you have as well, which we can talk about in a bit.
Sure. So with type 1 diabetes, as Kirit said, technology has really evolved and it is moving much faster than I'm able to cope with it myself. So I started off when we had glass syringes. I was pricking my fingers to test my blood probably 8 to 10 times a day, etc., etc. So that's the way we used to control our sugars. I even started off doing the urine tests when I was much younger. Nowadays, with technology, you can get something called a blood glucose monitor, and it's a little gadget that goes on your arm or somewhere on your body, which monitors your sugars for you. So you no more need to prick your fingers. So that's one gadget that's really good, that's evolved with time. There's quite a few people out there who do not inject themselves now. They do have type 1 diabetes. They have something called a pump, probably the size of about a matchbox, a big matchbox. But you don't have to inject yourself every day. It can monitor what your sugars are and it releases the right amount of insulin in terms of your background insulin. So technology is being very good to type 1 diabetics. Because as I said, we're moving forward of how we can control the blood sugars. But in terms of the ailments that can come, whether you're type 1 or type 2, if you don't look after yourself, if we don't look after our HbA1c and make sure that's under control, then the same complications happen in terms of early blindness, kidney failure, etc., etc. So for all diabetics, it doesn't matter what type you are, it's very important that you still follow all the guidelines that Dr. Modi's given us today in terms of the foods we should be eating, in terms of the exercise, even the special tips about the fenugreek and the cinnamon powder and that. There's no reason it wouldn't apply to type 1 diabetics. So yeah, that's my suggestion. Do as best as you can for yourself and follow the little tips that we've all been given today as well.
Excellent. And any final kind of key, you said a great message earlier in terms of don't let diabetes control you, you control your diabetes. So that's a really powerful message. And any other tips that you feel our viewers should be taking on board?
I truly do vouch by that. Don't let your diabetes control you. You control your diabetes. But that doesn't mean you can't go out and about and have fun and enjoy the foods that you like. You just learn to live with, rather than a whole piece of jalebi, have a little slither, a little slice of it. But trust me, you get used to doing that. And it's not a big issue after, you've done it for a little while. And when you see that weight dropping off, that's the biggest plus point as well as your HbA1c being what it should be. I've been brought up saying diabetes is not a bad disease to have. If you control it, you can lead a really normal life, like any other person who isn't diabetic. You just have to be a little bit more conscious of what you're eating on a daily basis.
Right.
So I hope that helps.
And thanks again for sharing the kind of areas around complication as well, because the complications of, your eyes, your kidneys, feet is very important. And it's important you have your regular checks as well. You're, under the NHS. So you get those checks, don't you, as a type 1 and a type 2 as well?
Yes, please. Every time you are called for checks, don't rely on them calling you either. Make a note in your own calendar that the last time you had a diabetes check or an optician check, make sure you go for those. The NHS is very good here, believe it or not. So don't rely on them. If you've not had an appointment come through or the postman's lost it or something, chase it yourself. It's your health. We've got to take control of our own health.
Amazing, excellent end to the. Thank you for joining us as well and sharing
You're
your.
welcome.
And we'll bring Hina on, who's also a colleague of ours, to share her type 2 journey as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. Global namaste to everybody that's joining us today. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today.
No, you're welcome, and also I'll let you carry on.
Thank you, Kirit. So I'm type 2 diabetic, and I was diagnosed, I say many years ago, at a younger age. So I think I was about 28 when I was initially diagnosed. And one of the misconceptions that we have in the South Asian community is that if you eat a lot of sweets, you will develop diabetes. Now, when I was diagnosed, my family, I say they were very shocked because I didn't really have a sweet tooth at the time. So I didn't used to eat sweets. So they didn't, when I told them, they didn't believe me. And they said, well, you can't get diabetes because you don't eat sweets. So I think that's a misconception that we have within the Asian community. And I think somebody mentioned a prevalence of PCOS in Asian women. That's something that I used to have. And there is also a sort of family background of diabetes because my mum's mum was heavily diabetic. So I think sort of following on from that, that could be a reason why I developed it at a young age. Having said that, about 10 years ago, I actually managed to put my diabetes into remission. So that can, the way I sort of achieved that was through quite a strict diet regime and exercise. So at the time, this was something that I actually did myself. So it wasn't on a program or anything from the NHS, but I followed a strict calorie control diet of about 1,500 calories a day. And I also exercised pretty much every day. And it was very rigorous exercise. And I lost about 40 kilos at the time. So bringing my diabetes into remission. Now, wonderful, wonderful achievement. And it was great to sort of come off all the medication. I say through life circumstances, at the moment, I've lost that control. So I am on medication at the moment. Having said that, I do know what I should do to bring it back to where it should be. So I am working towards it. One of the things I've struggled with in the last couple of years is I was put on insulin. And I feel like it's a bit of a catch-22 situation in that the insulin makes me very hungry. So I find I'm eating a bit more. I think what I need to do is just up the exercise and sort of control it that way. I am being sort of monitored by the hospital, so I have got some support there. But in terms of the foods and things that Dr. Modi recommended, I actually still followed the Asian diet. So I was still eating your basic Gujarati food. But what I used to do was I wouldn't eat the roti and the rice together. So I would have one or the other. So everything I ate was in moderation. So it's like Nita was saying, you can enjoy the foods that you like, but you don't eat a whole jalebi. You have a small piece. And I think everything in moderation is acceptable so that you don't feel that you're missing out in any way.
Thank you. And also, you're part of SAHA. So just tell our viewers about SAHA and also what it does and also how you help people with type 1 and type 2 diabetes as well.
Right. So we run a monthly meeting. So myself, Kirit and Nita, we set up South Asian Health Action Charity about 9, maybe 10 years ago. And as diabetics ourselves, we were sort of peer leaders, really, for other diabetics. And together we would share our stories and sort of look for good ways to basically manage the condition better. So we set up the charity. We've been running meetings once a month with health professionals. Now, none of us are actually health professionals, but we do bring in a health professional to give us a lot of information per month. And we have quite a good following with the South Asian community.
Amazing. Thank you. Any final tips? Obviously, you've reversed it previously, so hopefully good luck with reversing again. But any other tips for our viewers that you could
I
share?
think what Dr. Modi shared was there was a lot of great information there, and some of those tips I've actually used in the past, so I do know that they work. But absolutely, I think it's a case of keeping on top of it, and it doesn't mean that you have to miss out on the things that you enjoy eating, provided you have things in moderation and the daily exercise as well. Definitely important.
Okay, let's bring Neil Kumar and Dr. Anjali as well in this to see if we've got any questions from our viewers. And yeah, again, thank you for sharing your personal journey of type 2 diabetes. It's important to raise awareness. So
you're welcome.
Dr. Anjali, any comments from Nita? And is Nita still around? We can bring Nita as well.
Actually, I did have a question for Dr. Modi, if that's okay.
Is Dr. Modi here?
Sure. You mentioned milk and how it has a high sugar content. Now, there are a lot of plant-based milks available in the supermarkets, but there is quite a large range. Is there anything that you would recommend as being sort of suitable?
Any of your choice, which is sugar-free. So it's either soya, almond milk, or there's oats milk. They're all suitable. Yeah.
There's oats, there's coconut. There is quite a range out there.
There's quite a range, yeah.
So I didn't
really
know
depends on which
whether
one
there
you
was...
prefer.
Right.
And some people prefer a certain type. I really don't think there's that much difference.
Okay.
But I mean, I've tried various different milks to make tea. I love my tea, like Indian tea, right?
Yes.
And almond milk is pretty much nearest to normal milk in terms of making tea, as well as soya milk. Soya milk's pretty good as well.
Okay.
But you can't tell the difference. I mean, I've made it for visitors that come to my house and they can't tell the difference. It's only afterwards I tell them that, did you realize this is not normal milk?
I tried oat milk a few years ago, but unfortunately it just didn't agree with me.
Oat milk, I don't like. You don't get a nice tea with it.
Tea actually tastes really nice with the oat milk, but I just didn't get on with it.
You have to experiment.
Yeah.
Again, it's all on personal preference. So I really, yeah.
Dr. Anjali, any comments on for Hina, and I think Nita had to leave. So any other comments that from what they've shared? Any other questions for Dr. Modi? We've got a few minutes.
Yeah, I omitted my slide of the cinnamon powder, and there's also another tip is apple cider vinegar. If you just have a spoon of apple cider vinegar in water before your main meal, just once a day, that will also lower your blood sugars if you're struggling to control it.
I came across
so many things you can do. Yeah,
I came across apple cider vinegar gummies. I'm not sure if
they're not that good because the acid will irritate your throat, so and your teeth. Acid is not good for your teeth.
No, the gummies were actually better in that you don't taste the acid so much, and they're sugar-free and they're vegan.
Yeah, but you don't get the quantity of the acetic
These
acid.
ones do. I was told that you do.
You need like a spoonful, 10 mils at least to get the correct.
Yes.
Great. So we'll not obviously.
But anyway, yeah.
So thank you everyone. Kirit, while we are waiting for the next team, Pritika and Kundal and Aisha, let us chit chat. Dr. Lingeswari has also got a comment. She had a comment. Let's take her comment and then we'll go around the table. Dr. Lingeswari, you can unmute, and you had a comment as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Sairam. I hope you can hear me.
Go ahead, you're loud and clear.
Okay. I'm also diabetic, and I'm a doctor and a specialist in the Southwest. hospital doctor, and I was diagnosed with diabetes type 2 about more than 10 years ago now. And I've been on the maximum dose of all the tablets you think, and also maximum dose for high blood pressure. And I believe it's all the stress. And at the time, I was working in acute medicine, emergency medicine. So it was tough every day with two small babies and children. So anyway, the comment I made is regarding methi or methi powder, and it works very well. And Dr. Deepa Modi also mentioned methi. The easiest way I find to add it into your diet is you just you can make at home the powder, methi powder, or you can get it readily in grocery shops. Okay, and you just add 1 teaspoon or even half a teaspoon to each of your meal. You serve your food, and then on top add this little bit of methi powder. Maybe it's a teaspoon, very small teaspoon, that's enough, or even half. For each of your meal, you keep adding this, and it definitely brings down the blood sugar. You all know, quite likely, if you're on the borderline, you'll become normal because it helps clear up the liver, and it also increases the production of your natural insulin. So I'm following that, and I've reduced my dosage of metformin and other tablets, and I just want to pass it on. And methi is one of the best things, the methi leaves as well as the water that Dr. Deepa Modi mentioned. Those are all like traditional things people used to do in India for avoiding diabetes. But
Thank you.
recently, I find this is the easiest to add the powder onto your meal. Just mix it up and eat with. That's
Thank
it.
you, Dr. Lingeswari. For those
Thank you
people who
very
are
much.
listening and they don't know what methi is, because
Methi is
people
fenugreek.
connected in a different parts of the world. Methi is fenugreek seeds, which Dr. Deepa also endorsed that you can do. You can soak them overnight. You can drink that water. You can make it in a powder format. You can add it. The Asian community always adds them in their curry as well.
Yes.
And it was what our grandfathers, grandmothers, mothers, they used to teach us to use methi. Methi is very bitter. If you just eat it like that, don't eat it raw, you might break your teeth, okay, because they are very solid seeds over there. Deepa, you wanted to make a comment? Let's have
Yeah,
your
you
comment
can
and we
even
go to
grow
us.
methi seeds. I grow methi seeds, and the easiest way to grow them is to soak them
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then drain off the water. Get a container, small container, put some tissue, like a towel, kitchen towel, then add the soaked methi seeds, close it and put it in the fridge, and they will grow in a
So
few
there you
days,
are. You
and they
can
will
grow
not
them.
spoil. And you can you can throw them in your salad. You can eat them raw. They're delicious.
Thank you.
It's
So
a really
you can.
simple way of growing them without them going bad.
Thank you. You can grow them at home or you can sprout them as well.
Sprout them, yeah.
Methi seeds can be sprouted too as well. So remember methi seeds, which are fenugreek seeds, readily available now in majority of the countries. So it's very easy to have them and soak them. Anjali, you like methi seeds as well and you use them. Your comments.
Yeah, methi seed sprouts, Dr. Deepa, it's a very good salad base. You can add with kala chana.
Yeah.
If you know the black chana, that is also one good ingredient given to diabetes in the morning. Like just soak the black chana in the night, have the water and the black chana and the methi sprouts together. That's another good thing which we give to patients in India. Most people will get the black gram, not the Bengal grams, the black chana, we call them.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Right.
good.
And the kala chanas are also good for boosting your energy. That's why you
Yeah.
see horses always fed with
Mm.
chanas over there and sprouted, even better. Mung
Better.
bean sprouted, chana sprouted. If you don't have a gyrator, then a simple trick is leave it in a cooker overnight with 1 ramekin of water. You will be surprised in 2 days they will be fully sprouted without gyrator. And the longer you live, the bigger the tail, more consumption of water. So again, that is very good. Hina, coming to you, you're of course a diabetic as well, and you're part of SAHA, which is the South Asian Health Action Group, based in Midlands, but you do so many activities that actually help a lot of community with outreaches. Do you feel diabetes is very rampant in South Asian population?
Yes, absolutely, it is. I think if you're of South Asian heritage or Black African heritage, I think you are at higher risk of developing the condition. This is an awareness that we try to raise with our members. I think somebody had some statistics earlier about
Deepa did show the
backgrounds.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so, Nina, do you feel that you've got control of your diabetes? Because Nita said that it's okay to have diabetes. If you got it and diagnosed, don't be scared because there is a respite. You can find a solution. Dr. Deepa said maybe start walking gently, start eating good, bitter foods, control your diet. Every kilogram you lose will be your way to help off away from diabetes. Isn't that right, Dr. Deepa Modi?
Yes, correct to a degree. Obesity is the biggest cause of it.
Nita, do you feel, I mean, you're smiling, you're bubbly, you've got diabetes. Do you get conscious of it? Do you feel, or now you're naturally know how to handle it?
Like I said, I've had it for such a long time, but I still do get conscious of it. I wear a sensor, you can't see it at the moment. It's the size of a 2p coin. I wear it on my upper arm, and I've had strangers come up to me to say, "What is that?" And, they try and touch it and take it off, like peel it off, thinking
Yes.
something's stuck on my arm. And I do get very embarrassed, I'll still be honest. But now, also being part of SAHA really helps because we're here to help people and help them, learn about their ailments, etc. So now I'm very open. I'll be like, okay, I've got diabetes. This helps to monitor my diabetes, etc., etc. So it's good to talk out because we can share things with other people who may know diabetics, etc., etc. So I think it's such a good thing to share. If you have got ailments like this, don't shy away from it. And we can all learn from each other's experiences. I just wanted to say, you asked about South Asians and diabetes. Been listening on the news recently. We're from Leicester. Saha is from Leicester in terms of Kirit, myself, and Hina. I think we've got the highest amount of diabetics within our county, basically. You've seen all the mithai shops that Leicester has. I don't know if you have. If you haven't, do come and have a look. So it doesn't help because sometimes people don't take their diabetes seriously either. Although I know I said that basically, live with it and learn to live with it. But you do need to take it seriously too. You do need to be aware of what you're eating and how much of it you're eating. So it goes hand in hand. You can't say I'll have a jalebi now and then I'll have fenugreek or karela no juice later to counteract it. No, that doesn't quite work all the time either. So yeah, still be very wary that you are slightly different by having diabetes and do look after yourself.
Thank you, Nita. You are an encouragement to people.
Yep.
As what everybody has said, maybe start walking. You see, running doesn't necessarily help you. It just makes you fitter. But brisk walking every now and then is beautiful. Control your diet. Don't be desperate to change your diet, but control your diet, control your weight, be happy, and you will find that it will work. And shortly we'll be going to Kundai, who is our next guest contributor. So, Hina, your birds are twittering as well. They are trying to.
Yes.
And you mentioned that be happy, like Deepa said, if you keep happy, does your bird keep you happy?
Absolutely. Absolutely it does. One of the things I wanted to mention quickly is there is a stigma around diabetes and various health conditions, especially in the South Asian community. And one thing we try to raise awareness of is that it's not something that you should be ashamed of. And between us, between myself, Kirit and Nita, we do try and raise that awareness. We have activities, we do sort of regular walks. We used to do them on Sunday mornings, but we do try and encourage our members to stay active and to eat healthy where they can.
Thank you. That's great. Okay, thank you for Nita, Hina, and also Dr. Modi as well. The next presentations I'd like to bring is it's luckily through University College London. I came across three fantastic colleagues who are going to be now sharing. So we've got Kundai, Pratika, and Aisha joining us to really kind of as part of their medical students who had just finished and part of their dissertation, they wanted to kind of look at diabetes within the South Asian community, and they did some background research, and they're going to present that research they did just to kind of highlight some of the challenges that diabetes, if you're a South Asian, and also medication as well. So again, without further, can we bring our Kundai? Are you on? You can share your co-host, so it's as Pritika as well. So I'll let you share your presentation.
Thank you. Actually, Pritika is the one who's going to be sharing.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. So Pritika, I've not done justice to your introduction, so please give our viewers a quick intro, where you're from, and also what you've just finished in terms of your medical studies.
Yes. Hi, I am Pratika. I just finished my degree, undergraduate degree in applied medical sciences from UCL. Me, Aisha, and Kundai did the dissertation on ethnic disparities in initiation of type 2 diabetes medication among UK South Asians, and we're here to present the results. So I would like to ask Aisha to start.
Hi, thank you again for giving us the chance to present our results. So I'm Aisha, and like Pratik, I also studied applied medical sciences. And our project was a systematic review. It was a collaboration between us three and one of our other colleagues who actually wasn't able to make it today. But we worked on this for a few months, and as mentioned, we wanted to understand why South Asian patients in the United Kingdom often face delays and reduced access to newer diabetes treatments in comparison to white patients. So as a part of our outcome of our research, we created a number of infographics for South Asian Health Action to use in the future, which summarized our aims, outcomes, the methods as a part of our systematic review, and also just a call to action and what we think the next steps are needed in order to kind of reduce this widening gap. So we'll begin by just looking over at one of these infographics we made. And with the systematic review, we searched a number of medical databases, and we created a search criteria to select the relevant studies and checked each one for quality and potential bias. And by doing this, we was able to combine all the findings and create an overall picture, which helps us to identify the differences in treatment rates, but also gaps that might otherwise be missed. So as we all know, type 2 diabetes has become one of the most common health burdens of our 21st century. And it happens once our bodily cells stop responding properly to insulin, which leads to elevated blood glucose. And in the UK, the South Asian population has been identified as a high-risk group. They tend to develop type 2 diabetes at younger ages and often experience more severe complications than white populations. So here in our diagram in the introduction box, we can see that prevalence rates among the Pakistani and Bangladeshi groups can reach 18 to 19%, whereas rates in the general population tend to hover around 3 to 4%. South Asian patients do often face poorer glycemic control, higher rates of cardiovascular and renal comorbidities, and an overall greater burden of disease. However, treating diabetes can be expensive, and we found that the UK spends around £10 billion, if not more, each year on diabetes care. Therefore, we can recognise that it's definitely crucial in order to manage blood glucose effectively and in order to prevent serious complications.
As part of our research, we looked specifically at new generation medications. By that, we meant GLP-1 receptor agonists, SGLT2 inhibitors, and DPP-4 inhibitors, which have revolutionized diabetes care as we know it. With GLP-1 receptor agonists, they tend to enhance insulin secretion, promote weight loss, and reduce cardiovascular risk, but they do require injection and cause GI side effects. We also looked into some of the other mechanisms of the other drugs, such as SGLT2Is, which lower blood glucose via urinary excretion, offering heart and kidney protection, but can lead to other complications such as UTI. With uptake, this is often reduced in terms of higher costs, and there are other access barriers which we looked into as part of our secondary outcomes. So we had 3 primary outcomes which determined how we looked as to why South Asian patients are receiving inequitable care. First, we looked at the initiation of these new medications by looking at whether they were started on GLP-1 receptor agonists, SGLT2 inhibitors as early and as frequently as their white counterparts. Secondly, we also evaluated therapeutic inertia by investigating whether clinicians are slower to intensify treatment when blood glucose remains consistently elevated, and this is specific to the South Asian patients. And finally, we also compared health outcomes by determining whether South Asians experience poorer glycemic control, higher complication rates, or more frequent hospital admissions than white patients. We also had a number of secondary outcomes that we each took on individually, and this included exploring patient-centered care practices, for example, shared decision-making, cultural tailoring, and communication in preferred languages. We also looked at socioeconomic status on access to advanced therapies. I personally looked at geographic disparities that may limit the specialist availability or integrated care pathways in the regions that have high South Asian populations. And we also analysed provider level inequalities. That includes looking at implicit bias, strict guideline interpretation, or limited cultural competence, which can contribute to the delays in prescribing these novel diabetes treatments for South Asian communities. With the rest of our presentation, I'll go on to just explain some of the methods behind our research, and Pratika and Kundai will go on to explain the results in more detail and kind of have a bit of a discussion around what the implications of these results means and our call to action. So with this infographic I created, I just outlined our method and our strategy. So I've summarized again what is diabetes and our aims and objectives. When starting the project, we created a list of search terms using a PICO framework. And this stands for population, intervention, comparison, and outcome. And we also went on to specify what studies we wanted to include, and that included cohort and cross-sectional studies. We selected 5 databases, being PubMed, Medline, Embase, Sinal, and Cochrane Library. And once we identified some of the studies, we screened them according to the abstract title and also full text screening. Once we identified our studies, we included 5 altogether. One of these was based in the US and the 4 others are based in the UK. And with each study, we went on to extract specific data. And as you can see, I've summarized just a few key facts. For example, we found that time to treatment initiation is faster within the South Asian community. However, they tend to be less likely to be prescribed newer generation medications. With these studies, we went on to carry out a risk of bias assessment, and that was according to a Newcastle Auto Assessment Scale. And then individually, when writing our dissertations, we conducted a narrative synthesis of results based on the secondary outcomes that we individually took on. And now Kunda and Pratika will just go on to discuss some of these results and our call to action.
Thank you, Aisha. Go for it, Kunda and Pratika.
Right. So I'll be talking about the main results we found through each of our studies. We used 5 recent studies conducted between 2018 and 2022. And we examined 3 main areas: how quickly patients began treatment, how and when treatment was intensified, and the types of medications prescribed. Along the way, we'll also see how South Asian ethnicity and neighborhood deprivation intersect to shape these outcomes. A synthesis of 5 key studies were culminated, and although 3 of these studies were deemed low risk of bias and 2 were high risk of bias, all were consistent in demonstrating that while South Asian patients initiate first line therapy as quickly as white patients, they encounter significant delays in treatment intensification and are less likely to receive newer guideline recommended medications. 2 studies found no significant difference in the odds of South Asians starting metformin or any non insulin therapy once baseline clinical factors such as HbA1c were taken into account. One of these also stated that patients living in the most socioeconomically deprived regions, where South Asians are disproportionately represented, often begin therapy even faster than those in the least deprived areas. However, when it comes to stepping up their treatment, because monotherapy no longer is enough, a pronounced gap can be seen. Studies found that South Asian patients had approximately 40% lower odds of being prescribed an SGLT2 inhibitor at first intensification and were similarly less likely to receive a DPP4 inhibitor. Instead, they remained on older medications such as sulfonylureas. It was also documented that there was a significantly slower progression to combination oral therapy or insulin among South Asians, alongside fewer HbA1c assessments and follow up consultations, a pattern which is often called therapeutic inertia. South Asian patients experienced approximately a 20% longer delay before intensification and were 40% more likely than white patients to face therapeutic inertia. This reluctance to intensify treatment is compounded by prescribing patterns. Despite evidence that SGLT2 inhibitors and DPP4 inhibitors have cardioprotective and renoprotective advantages, which is beyond glycemic control, South Asians remain significantly underrepresented among recipients of these newer agents. A paper found that when guideline recommended a switch to SGLT2 inhibitors, South Asian patients were 40% less likely to receive them. The odds of a South Asian patient obtaining a new generation drug ranged from just 12 to 60% of the odds for a white patient. And it was also revealed that uptake of GLP-1 receptor agonists and SGLT2 inhibitors among South Asians was virtually zero. So there was overall a high reliance on sulfonylureas for the treatment of South Asian patients. Simultaneously, socioeconomic context plays a crucial role. Living in a deprived area often means faster initiation of first line therapy, but paradoxically correlates with diminished access to later stage innovative treatments. This inverse care law is particularly prevalent in areas where South Asians are clustered. Although these neighborhoods benefit from early detection efforts, they nonetheless have lower rates of SGLT2 inhibitor use and fewer referrals to specialty clinics that might prescribe advanced therapies. Taken together, these 5 studies paint a complex portrait. South Asian patients do not face barriers at the outset of treatment, but do encounter systemic inertia when escalation of therapy is needed. And they receive newer, more effective medications far less frequently than white patients. Disparities that are increased by socioeconomic deprivation and the geographical distribution of South Asian communities. Now I'm going to be talking about some of the barriers to accessing new diabetes medication. So, as I just talked about in the results slide, it provides evidence that UK South Asian community faces disproportionate access to new diabetes drugs. And we found that the barriers to accessing new diabetes medication in the South Asian community fall under 4 main categories. The first one is inequalities within the healthcare system. So, a lot of doctors tend to hold unconscious stereotypes about South Asian patients, such as assuming poor adherence. So, essentially, assuming they would not properly follow treatment regimens given to them. And also low intelligence, so assuming they would not be able to understand how to follow complex medication regimens with additional drugs. There's also lack of culturally sensitive patient-centered care and communication, which is also a big issue. And it affects patient-doctor relationships and impacts the likelihood of patients actually following their treatment plans. A lot of the South Asian community also tends to reside in the most deprived areas in the UK, and the NHS practices in these areas tends to be understaffed and underfunded. And actually, research has shown that primary care networks in the 20% most deprived UK neighborhoods employ 6 less full-time staff per 100,000 than in the 20% least deprived neighborhoods. These areas are also underfunded by 18.6 million pounds each year. So this is clearly a major issue. Another barrier is that South Asians in the UK often have lower socioeconomic status, meaning less income, resources, and education. This comes with several issues, including the fact that people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds actually tend to develop diabetes more often due to poorer access to care, and they're also less able to pay out of pocket costs for newer medications, which presents another challenge. And doctors are actually typically reluctant to prescribe newer, expensive drugs in these communities, which limits their access to these drugs even more. Just to highlight this, our research showed that even though South Asians living in deprived areas are more likely to be started on medication than white patients, they are overall less likely to be prescribed new generation drugs, as I previously mentioned. Now Kundai will take over.
Thank you. So another important barrier is patient knowledge and low health literacy. So we actually found that many South Asian patients tend to stop taking their older diabetes medications once they start feeling better, often believing that they're fine or that they've been cured. And this usually happens because the severity and the chronic nature of diabetes isn't clearly explained to them, or they simply don't fully understand the diagnosis because of how poorly it's communicated by their doctors. And as a result, they may skip follow-up appointments or don't see the need to escalate or adjust their treatment since they assume there's no longer a problem. And this creates a key issue as well, because if a patient isn't taking their current medication or regularly going to see their doctor, they're very unlikely to be considered or eligible for newer diabetes therapies. And on top of that, many patients have limited awareness of these newer treatment options and the long-term risks of poorly managed diabetes. And this means they're not in a position to ask questions or explore alternatives or advocate for better care simply because they don't know what exists out there. And all of this is primarily due to language barriers and the lack of interpreters in clinics or hospitals, which puts South Asian patients at a disadvantage. So when patients can't fully understand what their doctor is explaining or recommending, whether due to limited English or lack of culturally adapted communication, they're less likely to grasp the severity of their diabetes and the benefits of these advanced treatments, and more likely to stick to familiar options like the older diabetes treatments. And lastly, religious and cultural beliefs play a significant role in shaping how South Asian patients in the UK engage with their diabetes care as well. And these factors can impact both the decisions patients make about their about their medication and the choices doctors think they can offer, especially around these newer diabetes medications. So, for example, in many South Asian communities, health decisions aren't solely made by the patient alone, but they're also shaped by a collective family-centered approach where multiple people, especially elders or the patient's adult children, play a significant role in guiding or determining the final treatment choice. So a patient may end up declining a newer treatment, not because they themselves do not want it, but because a family member or is skeptical or advises against it just because of their own experiences with past diabetes treatment. So this collective decision-making can either support treatment adherence or create resistance, especially if there's limited understanding of the new treatments, like we mentioned earlier, or misconceptions about Western medication within the household. So some family members may prioritize traditional or home remedies and discourage the use of these newer drugs. And this dynamic can lead to a preference for familiar older medications and make doctors less likely to recommend newer treatments if they anticipate any type of pushback or poor adherence from the patients. And another important cultural and religious factor is the perception that illness is predetermined by God or fate or karma. And in these cases, patients may see diabetes as something that has been given to them by a higher power, so they may assume it's not fully within their control. So this can cause patients to think that there's little value in starting new diabetes medications. So patients who hold this view may resist the newer treatments, especially those that require injections or careful adherence or close monitoring. And because of this, doctors may hesitate to offer these options if they sense the patient doesn't have any motivation or trust in the treatment plan. And these cultural and religious influences also contribute to the stereotypical assumptions that some doctors have about South Asian patients that we mentioned earlier around adherence and intelligence with taking these newer drugs, which can be assumed to affect a patient's ability to take these newer advanced medications. And this again leads to doctors prescribing older, simpler medications as a default, rather than starting a conversation about these newer drugs. I'll move on now to discussing how we suggest these issues could be combated. So to combat these barriers, we came up with a few recommendations and steps for the diabetes community and healthcare workers. The first one is community partnerships, which could come in several forms. So collaborating with the South Asian advocacy groups to co-design bilingual health literacy workshops that educate patients and families on diabetes management, treatment options, and long-term prevention. These workshops would not only inform, but also help build trust between the South Asian community and healthcare providers, making care more approachable and less intimidating. And another approach could be using South Asian health navigators and community health workers to help improve communication between patients and doctors, which would allow trusted figures to play a part in bridging the gap between clinical advice and the lived experience of patients and enhance patient engagement. Partnering with religious institutions for outreach and awareness could also be a way to break down barriers. So they could do things like host diabetes screening events, distribute health information, and help normalize discussions around medication and prevention, and implementing initiatives to help monitor and address the earlier development of diabetes and treatment access within the South Asian community, because earlier identification and education around diabetes can dramatically change treatment outcomes, especially with newer medications. Other solutions could involve tackling access to medication. So, for example, to reduce the cost of these newer treatments, the NHS could negotiate discounts with drug companies by offering direct subsidies or tax incentives to manufacturers, or develop South Asian patient access schemes so that income or insurance issues or language barriers don't present a challenge to patients from receiving these newer treatments. And finally, tackling the issue within the healthcare system itself, such as by implementing mandatory cultural competence and unconscious bias training, so doctors are more aware of their own pitfalls and how they themselves may be worsening the situation. And this could be focused around language needs, religious observations, and food practices, and that shape diabetes management within the South Asian community. Another way could be co-designing and piloting patient-centered care initiatives such as multilingual resources or treatment plans that go hand in hand with cultural diets and fasting practices, and embedding evaluation frameworks for doctor and healthcare workers to monitor ethnic disparity reductions system-wide, and to also hold the healthcare system accountable for equitable treatment towards these patients. So yes, as you've seen, there is evidently many barriers to the South Asian community receiving appropriate diabetes care, but we believe that with the right policies and frameworks and partnerships in place, and respect for the cultural context as well, we could ensure that South Asians live healthier and longer lives, and that they're more empowered and have the very best care available to them. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, all three of you, Kundai, Aisha, and Pratika. It's what you've done in terms of presenting in the research that you've done in a short space of time. I was blown away when you presented a few weeks ago. So I really want to thank you guys, but also your professors, Neff, Adrian, and also Molly, who's from the University College London, who have been instrumental in terms of connecting us and also wanting to work with us. So thank you for that. And we will bring some of our guest panelists as well on there, just to kind of, if they've got any questions. But your call to action is great, because that gives something to take forward, and obviously have further dialogue with the institutions and also the decision makers as well. So Deepak Ben, Dr. Modi, any comments from yourself in terms of this presentation that these 3 medical students have just completed?
Yeah, very interesting. And yeah, credit goes to you for initiating this. I think it's necessary. Definitely, I agree. South Asians do get disfavored to a degree, yeah, a large degree. And communication barriers, a lack of transparency, and often just an ignorance into not following the guidelines. They just do they just break. They don't follow. That's the problem. I've seen that time and time again, and they still want sugar in their tea, for instance, and this sort of thing. It's quite it's quite difficult for them to change.
Yeah. Excellent. And I think
we need to do more like this to get better treatment outcomes. Yes.
Great. And I think we're hopefully we're fortunate that in Leicester we have a renowned diabetes centre and do a lot of research. I think the purpose of this project was also to try and get more South Asian patients to get involved in research and medical trials, because clinical trials, because this is where obviously we're not doing more and getting involvement in that, and then that some of the latest clinical trials will help patients to manage better and get some of these newer drugs that have been highlighted as well. So it's something that we're going to follow up as well. Neil Kumar, any thoughts on the presentation? Any questions? Do we have any questions from the viewers?
So I think they've done a wonderful research. They've also come to call to action. I want to ask each one of them, to Aisha, Kundai, and Pritika. Is any one of you suffering from diabetes? Aisha?
No, not myself. No.
No. And Pritika?
No.
So, and Kundai, I take it
No.
you are not suffering. So what inspired you to take diabetes project and do a study on it? Was it because one of your professor asked to, or is it a subject that you like, or is it because the whole world, majority in most part of the world, they are suffering from diabetes? I think Dr. Deepa mentioned that I think so many people, was it how many? 8 million? 800 million?
800 million in the world.
So nearly coming to 1 billion, which is like literally 1 in 8. So if you are standing in front of 100 people, chances are 10 to 12 might be, and that is only because they've been diagnosed. What about the ones who have not been diagnosed, or the country where they don't have facilities to diagnose and they are still suffering? So Pritika, you, Aisha, and Kundai, what inspired you for this specific study? And in the process, apart from what you found out in your presentation, is there any plan in future to bring it to public's attention like how Saha does? Let's go with Aisha first.
Yeah, so when it came to joining this project, throughout my time at UCL, I've gone on to gain more interest in terms of like public health, health advocacy and inequalities. And so my second year of university, when it came to choosing a project, I definitely knew I wanted to go towards the more community outreach side. And so through Professor Marina Gonzalez, he had a number of projects that would go in that direction. And one of these was this one in terms of type 2 diabetes, as he kind of recognized this is a growing health burden. And as you can see, one, that there is a lot of inequality that these patients are facing. And so I felt that kind of aligned with the direction I saw my own career going into, and also my personal interests and the wider reading that I've taken part in for myself. And I know long term, we're hoping to get our research written up in terms of an actual paper and put it forward for publication. But that's in terms of my own personal interest and motivation.
It's nice. And Aisha, just to know, which origin are you? Are you from African subcontinent or?
Yeah, so on my father's side, my father's from Ghana, and then my parents' side are Eastern European, my mother's side.
So it's so amazing. Again, different nationality studying in different way. Pritika, let's come to you. I believe that from your surname, you must be South Asian origin. And of course, South Asian is, as Deepa has mentioned and others who have, they suffer quite a bit from diabetes anyway. What inspired you, and what knowledge that you can share with the South Asian community from your studies and research? Over to you, Pritika.
Yes, so I'm from India, and the reason why I chose this project was one of the main reasons was because I have a long family history of diabetes. I don't have it yet, but there is a high risk of me developing it in the future as well. And then when I came to the UK and I looked at the health system, I saw some kind of disparity with me. It wasn't major, but then when I saw this topic, when I was looking at the dissertation topics, I was like, maybe this is something very big that is happening that is not getting enough attention. So I decided to go for this topic. Um, so yeah, diabetes itself is very personal, and then the disparity thing is needs to be addressed.
And Pritika, you look fit, and I would hazard a guess that your BMI is definitely less than 25. You seem to be fit, young, and so Deepa did mention that try to bring it below 25, anything over 30, your alarm bell, and over 35, clinically obese. So you come when it comes to fitness and everything, you pass all the tests, but then comes the hereditary problem, isn't it? So again, for diabetes, if one doesn't get you, the other might, nothing to be scared of, but just be aware of the situation.
Yeah.
Of course, the South Asian loves their sweets very much, particularly Bengali and the Gujaratis, they love it so much. So Pritika, maybe you will break the chain and you might not get it. And from there on, you might not. So you keep faith at it. Does it scare you? Does it scare you that you might and get diabetes?
No, it doesn't scare me because I mean I've seen it the whole time when I've been growing up, and there's not it isn't that severe in my family. It hasn't been yet. So I haven't seen very severe cases. So for me it's just part of daily life per se.
Let's go to Kundai as well. Kundai, you are obviously part of this study and research and things. Is it very prevalent? Which origin are you from?
I'm from Zimbabwe, so
Zimbabwe.
African. Yeah.
So you and Aisha are from African origin.
Yeah.
African maybe doesn't suffer. They don't suffer as much as the South Asians do. Could it be the diet and the way of life, or is there any study on it that you are aware of?
I'm not aware of any studies, but I think it's because it goes so underdiagnosed. So that's why there aren't a lot of studies on it in the Black community, especially in Africa, just because of the healthcare systems. I know a lot of my family members who have passed away, and then they realized later on, oh, they actually had diabetes, but they were just never diagnosed and they never got the medications. Or other family members who, like my grandma, she recently passed away and she developed kidney issues because of the diabetes medication she was on. So it is prevalent. People just don't really always know that they have it.
So maybe it's perfect to make that awareness, and maybe we need to bring those studies out more down there, because they may not know what they've got, and it could be a travesty that we shouldn't let them miss out. So wonderful. Anjali, what do you think of these three brilliant future of medicine?
I think fabulous job being done by all three of you, Pritika, Kundai, Aisha. And I think working on the socio-economic development of the minority communities where they're not getting their medications timely or not being approved. I think your research work is a very good way to help the communities and help the doctors understand what is missing in care, how to bring about a change, because change is a very important thing, the concept about diet, concept about medicines, concept about lifestyle. I think how to bring about the change in this community is, I think all three of you have done a brilliant study on that. And I think we just need input from all of you, doctors, communities, like Kirit Bhai and all, to come together and help patients. I think that's the way about it. I think so, right? So, Neil Kumarji.
Yes, it's perfect. And that's what we do at Healing Our Earth. We network. So, Kirit will loop you, Dr. Deepa, Pritika, Aisha, Kundai, and globally we can maybe even get diabetes is a subject we must take seriously because most of the national health trust, whichever country they are from, they really have to spend a lot of money. So any awareness that we can bring, like how Saha does, and Saha, while they're in Leicester, they don't just do outreach in Leicester. Our Kirit travels even to London, to other part of Midlands. I mean, there is Midlands, there is West Midlands. So I think it's such an important subject, and we must do. Let's have a quick comment from Lata, and then we need to move on to our other guests. Lata, your quick comment, and then we take a conclusion moment and go to the India zone. Over to you, Lata. Just unmute yourself. Thank you.
Global namaste, everyone. Happy Father's Day, by the way. So I was quite intrigued at the extent to where a lot of this information is relevant to other illnesses as well. But I love the research that has been done by all of you in your own respective ways. But I was just thinking, would it be nice to make the community aware of how to curtail it from oncoming, so that we're mindful of this, so that we don't get it in the first place by restricting certain parts of the diet that is prone to and susceptible to getting diabetes and then not knowing about it. So it'd be nice to take it to the areas and locations and where it's more prevalent, to educate them how to reduce the risk of developing it without the DNA and the
Thank you.
that really, alert.
Thank you, Lata. So Lata is saying prevention is better than cure. How can we avoid getting diabetes in first place? So Saha is actually also doing that. Saha is not just going after you got diabetes. They even try to educate people before getting that. But Dr. Deepa, your comment on what Lata says, prevention is better than cure.
Yeah, absolutely. And the research shows up to 90% of type 2 diabetes is preventable, regardless of your genes. And it's all about your lifestyle and the choices you make. And it's not rocket science. It's very, very simple. But people are they are aware, but sometimes they cannot make it into a habit. You have to make it a consistency of eating right. And even if you eat 80% right, 20% you'll get away with. You can eat 20% anything. If you're out at a wedding or something, enjoy yourself. I wouldn't restrict yourself then. But at home you can control to a large degree. So it's a case of making a choice and keeping things in perspective as well. You've got to enjoy life. It's not about denying yourself of everything, but it's about making a sustainable choice that you can do in a day-to-day way. This is what we're trying to say. And even like simple, if you eat any food, just a plate of food, if you have the vegetables first or the salads, a bowl, just a small bowl of salad first, say chopped cucumber and carrots or lettuce leaves or anything, you can add hummus or you can add a dressing on it. But just having that first before eating your rice or your roti or whatever will reduce your sugar. That's a fact. Just the order of the food you eat also makes a difference. So never have the sweet first or the carbohydrates first. Eat the vegetables first, then all the other things, and the sweet last. And that your sugar will be balanced much more evenly then.
And
So
if
simple
nothing
things
is
like that, I think
available,
people need to be aware of.
if nothing is available, maybe keep some nuts in handy.
Nuts
They are
also,
also good
yes.
for mood busting. They are the
Yeah,
things that
as a
we do.
snack, eat nuts, eat daria. Don't have the fried things, don't have the biscuits. Have things like this. This is what you've got to change. You see, it's the little habits.
Thank you.
Tend to
So
eat too much sugar and too much, don't have the Coke, for instance. Eight spoons of sugar in a glass of Coke.
thank
Even
you. So
Diet Coke, if you drink it, people say, well, what's wrong with Diet Coke? But the artificial sugar fools your brain thinking you've just had sugar, even though you've not had sugar. And then you crave for more food, which is sweet. And you will eat up more, you'll gain weight. It's a fact. And this is why even artificial sugars should be avoided. Have more water, have more just plain tea without sugar, have other things without sugar. Tea and coffee are better than fizzy drinks, for instance.
thank you, Dr. Deepa. Well, look, basic common sense. Don't spike yourself with sugar. If you get sugar craving, first of all, have a glass of water. You might be thirsty. If after thirstiness you are still hungry, maybe consume some nuts. Don't have a sugar spike. Thank you, Kundai. Thank you, Pritika. Thank you, Aisha. Please welcome again on Healing Our Earth. You are part of Healing Our Earth. Kirit will loop you in with the team, and let's share knowledge and study and bring love, unity, education, and harmony in the society. Thank you, all three of you. Kirit,
Yes,
wonderful session that we have had, and in a minute or two, we are going to travel to India, wherever Rotarian Lal Gohel is waiting with some guests as well. So, Kirit, your concluding minute for how the day has been so far. Over to you, Kirit.
so again, thank you to Kundai, Aisha, and Pratika. Amazing, and wishing you the best for your future careers. And we will keep you connected with Healing Our Earth at Sahara as well, because I think this is where the research evidence is important to then help shape policy as well. So again, a real big thanks to you. We're very, very privileged to have Deepa Ben Modi, Dr. Modi, who's in Leicester, but also what she presented. Sorry to cut you short, but you gave some really good information and messages that we need to try and get that behaviour change within patients, but also communities. And working with University College London, there is going to be, this is just the start. There's a really appetite for wanting to work and take more assessments and information out into the community. So again, watch this space. We will certainly, through the professors there, who are very, very supportive, and they've got some amazing students coming on to do more and more research. So we'll pick another topic with them and what the disparities. Obviously, my work over the last 3 decades, I've worked in looking at health inequalities, but also addressing some of the disparities. So I'm very passionate about disparities and addressing that. So I'd like to hope the viewers have found this program. Again, not to last comment really is to not lose sight of the tragedy that happened on Thursday, the loss of lives, through that plane crash. And again, our whole thoughts and prayers are with the families who've lost their loved ones. And now we're going to pass it over to our Rotarian colleague and another Rotarian. I'm a Rotarian. It's good to have Lal Golan here to take over and share with his presenters India-specific work they do around diabetes.
Thank you, Kirit. And as you mentioned, today's episode, we opened up with about 1 hour of prayers, kirtan and bhajan for the calamity that took place in India with the flight that was departing to London from Ahmedabad, where so many people perished just within under a minute. Those who were in the plane and on the land as well. Kirit, we wish you all the best. It's your birthday today. So do please celebrate in your own style. Well done for bringing more and more people over here. Let's now welcome our Rotarian Lal Goel, who is not just the lead for organ donation, but in every topic, he knows people at a senior level, not just in India, but everywhere. A global namaste to you, Rotarian Lal Goel, and how are you?
Global namaste, Neil Kumar ji. And before Rotarian Kirat Mistry will leave, I will just say happy birthday to him. Many happy returns of the day. The party is due. And definitely we are very much sad about what happened with the Ahmedabad plane crash. Really, it's a matter of very much sorrow. And in 2025, if such types of things are happening, it's very, very sad. And think of those who lost their near and dear in that plane crash. May God give them strength so that they can bear this very, very unbearable loss.
And never in the history has a plane perished within under a minute, just on a takeoff. And particularly to Boeing airline, who promised that things were okay. And I'm sure they're going to check again. It was very shocking. People were so happy because they were coming to London to visit their relatives after a long time. Some couple of families are wiped off. I had a personal friend in there. I was shocked when the family told me. We know somebody somewhere. Even Anjali had a friend, physiotherapist friend, who was coming back to London. Somebody knew somebody from somewhere, where even the King Charles of this country actually put a black arm, a cord on his arm as well, you know, the band, and held a minute silence as well. So sad case as it may be, we had a lot of prayers. So thank you, Rotarian Lal, for also acknowledging that. Anjali, Rotarian Lal, let's go. Hani Savla is here already. So we go and we are waiting for Mr. Gohel as well. I can see Rotary Club of RBS. Is that?
Yeah. Okay. No. So global namaste to everyone. And as today's we are discussing about the diabetes awareness. In India, diabetes is a major public health concern with a large and growing number of affected individuals. In 2024, India is estimated to have the second highest number of people with diabetes globally after China. A significant portion of the global diabetic population resides in India, and the prevalence of diabetes in India is projected to increase in the coming years. India accounts for a substantial percentage of the world's diabetic population, with estimates suggesting that 1 in 4 people with diabetes globally live in India. There are an estimated 77 million people above the age of 18 with diabetes in India, and nearly 25 million are pre-diabetic. The number of people with diabetes in India is expected to rise to 100 million by 2030, highlighting the growing challenge of diabetes management. Type 2 diabetes is the predominant form of diabetes in India, with 90 to 95% of diagnosed individuals having this type. A concerning statistic is that more than half of the individuals with diabetes in India are undiagnosed, indicating a need for increased awareness and screening efforts. Studies indicate that diabetes prevalence may be higher in certain regions, such as the southern states of Kerala and Goa. Studies suggest that socioeconomic factors, particularly urbanization and lifestyle changes associated with industrialization, may play a role in the rising prevalence of diabetes in India. Initiatives like breaking barriers, bridging gaps, emphasize the importance of reducing diabetes risk factors and ensuring access to quality treatment and care for all individuals affected by the condition according to WHO. The increasing number of diabetes cases puts a strain on the healthcare system, requiring a proactive approach to prevention, diagnosis, and management. Diabetes is not, if not well managed, can lead to significant organ damage due to the harmful effect of prolonged high blood sugar levels. This damage can manifest in various organs, including the heart, kidneys, eye, nerves, and blood vessels. And to discuss this very, very important aspect, uh, because of we are from India and this disease is so much prevalent in India that we say the capital of diabetes is India. So we have very good panelists today with us, and I would like to invite my first panelist guest, and she is Dr. Hani Savla. Dr. Hani Savla is an internal medicine specialist with a keen interest in diabetes, thyroid disease, and infectious disease. She possesses active teaching experience, regularly delivering lectures to physicians and postgraduate residents. Dr. Savla is a faculty member at Wokhard Hospitals, where she develops and delivers educational programs on diabetes for physicians and nurses. She holds certified training from the Royal College of Physicians in managing diabetes in special situations and with comorbidities. Beyond her medical roles, she is fitness enthusiast, health coach. Welcome, Dr. Hani Savla, on this very, very special show, which is brought to for our viewers by Healing Our Earth. And this is because of Mr. Neil Kumar and his team, who are bringing every week on different topics, so that the healing of humanity, the society, and thus healing of Earth. And that's why this is a very, very important show. And I am so thankful that from your busy schedule, you have taken out the time to talk about the diabetes. So now the floor is with you, Dr. Hani Savla.
Yeah. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And I'm really glad that, I could talk about something which is actually the major concern for not just India, but for the world. It's a metabolic disease which is taking over lives because of the complications. And I am going to do my job of giving a brief introduction about diabetes, the mechanism, and especially talking about the complications. Why is diabetes, and knowing diabetes and treating diabetes from the right time is so important. So give me a moment to share my screen. So I just want to confirm with someone, are my slides visible?
Yes,
Loud
yes.
and clear. It's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So I'm Dr. Hani Savala, as sir has already introduced me. And I will start about talking about the human body, which is like a complex machine, and the fuel for this machine is glucose. So glucose is not bad because that is through where the energy levels come. It is the problem is the excess of glucose. So how does our body use the glucose? It is very simple. The food which we eat is broken down into glucose eventually, and then that glucose enters into the cell for energy production through a molecule, through a hormone which is called as insulin. So it is the role of insulin to guide that how much glucose molecule is going to enter into the blood. If insulin says that only 10 molecules will enter, only 10 molecules will enter. But if this insulin, which is like the watchman, loses control, then all the glucose molecules enter into the blood, and that is where the problem starts, because excess of anything is a problem. So glucose, which is used by our body, is only with the help of insulin. It can be used for either immediate requirement, or it can be stored into some complex form like glycogen, and can be used when the patient is fasting or when the food is not easily available. So this is the action of insulin. As I have already told you, insulin is produced by the pancreas, and it all the food which we eat is converted into simple molecule, and then that glucose is absorbed into the blood with the help of insulin, and this glucose molecule is used for the energy production. Diabetes is a disease in which this glucose level in the blood remains higher than normal. So, when the insulin is not working well, excess of the molecules enter into the blood. The excess of the glucose level in the blood is nothing but diabetes. So, how do you know that you have, how do you test for your blood glucose level? Like, if you want to know that you have diabetes or not, how do you test? So, there are two ways. One way is that, while doing a regular health checkup, suddenly you notice that the urine test is showing presence of glucose molecule. It is an indirect assessment, and it will guide you to go ahead and do a plasma glucose test in which you can know whether you have diabetes or not. So, according to the guidelines, the best method is to do a plasma glucose level in the fasting state and 2 hours after intake of food. Also, there is one more test to it, which is called as HbA1c, which gives you an average of 3 months of level of glucose in your body. So, coming to the conclusion, how do you know you have diabetes or not? Do a plasma glucose level, and you will know your diabetes is there or not. Now, what level of plasma glucose says that you are at a diabetes state? So, before I talk about diabetes, let me tell you there is one more entity called as pre-diabetes. And that is where the major work starts from all of us, from the patient side as well as from the doctor's side. So, for that, let us know what is the range of blood sugar for non-diabetes, for diabetes, and then for the pre-diabetes. So, whenever you do your plasma glucose level, if your fasting level is less than 100 and your levels 2 hours after a major meal is less than 140, that means you do not have diabetes, you do not have any consideration of being diabetic in future, because at present your levels are normal. Now, when this fasting plasma glucose are more than 126 and the level of glucose 2 hours after the meal is more than 200, that means you have got diabetes. You have developed this diabetes blood glucose disorder called diabetes, and you need to be on diet, medical nutritional therapy, as well as medicines. In certain cases, we need to start from day one. So, as you can see, there is a gap between this non diabetic and the diabetic range, and that is what is called as pre diabetic range. So, whenever your fasting sugar level is between 100 to 125, then you are called as pre diabetic. If your 2 hours after meal sugar level is between 141 to 200, then you are called as pre diabetic. And that is also the place where your medical nutritional therapy should start, so that you do not change in becoming a full blown diabetic. So now let's consider the people who can develop diabetes. As Sir has already told that India is a diabetes capital, and we have a very strong history of diabetes running in families. Anyone who has both the parents having diabetes or a sibling having a diabetes has a very high risk of developing diabetes in early age. All those who are more than 35 years of age also should get the blood test done for diabetes, because they are at high risk if they have a sedentary lifestyle, or if they are in the range, they have a high BMI, like if they are overweight. Those people whose work is sedentary, or else who by choice do not perform any physical activity, are also at the high risk of developing obesity and diabetes as a result of the same. So these are the individuals who are at high risk of developing diabetes in future. What causes diabetes? As I told you, that if the insulin level, the number of insulin molecules required to control this huge army of blood glucose are less, it can result into diabetes. Sometimes your body may not completely stop insulin production, but it may be inadequate to control the amount of sugars that you are taking, and that inadequate insulin in the body can also lead to diabetes. What causes diabetes is the improper action of insulin or insulin resistance. So, even if the insulin is produced in enough amount, but it is insufficient to control the glucose level, that time it is called as insulin resistance, and because of which body still cannot utilize the glucose, cannot carry the glucose to the cell, and resulting into which the glucose level in the blood rise. So this is a very nice picture in which insulin molecule cannot push the glucose into the cell, because of which the glucose remains in the blood, as a result of which the plasma glucose is high, and this results into diabetes. So this is what we call as insulin resistance. It is very common in obese individuals, very common in the girls who suffer from polycystic ovarian syndrome. So insulin resistance is not uncommon today. In fact, the number of individuals having insulin resistance is increasing with every single day in our practice. So now you have type 1 diabetes and you have type 2 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes is where body is not, like the pancreas, which is the factory for producing insulin, is not producing insulin at all. And type 2 diabetes is when the production is less or inadequate or ineffective. Like if there is resistance or else the sufficient amount of insulin is not produced, then patient develops what is called as type 2 diabetes. Now, you will ask me, why do we have to know that someone has got type 1 or type 2 diabetes? It's very important because the treatment changes. If you have type 1 diabetes, it means your body is not producing insulin. So, insulin needs to be given from outside. Such patients cannot be treated with just oral medications. They may require insulin. So, we will have certain set of patients who will only be on insulin throughout their life. Those individuals need to be on insulin because they are type 1 diabetic and their pancreas are not producing insulin. Those who have inadequate, that is inadequate insulin production, they are classified as type 2 diabetes, and they do well with insulin as well as oral hypoglycemic agents, where you can stimulate the pancreas to produce more insulin. So that is why it is important to know whether you're type 1 or you're type 2 diabetic. Now, what are the symptoms of diabetes? Like, when will you feel that you should do the test for plasma glucose level? So, first and the most important thing is that if you're doing a regular health checkup, it should definitely include your plasma glucose level. If you have a very strong family history, start your plasma glucose level checkup early in age. And the most important are the symptoms which have been listed here. If you develop or if you have any of one of this symptom, or else if you have all of these symptoms, still you have to get your plasma glucose level checked. So if you have excessive thirst or frequent urination, the most important, unexplained weight loss. If you're losing weight very fast, you're not dieting, it is not intentional, and still you're losing weight very fast, one of the reason for that can be diabetes. There are many other reasons, but yes, it is important to check your plasma glucose level also. If you have constant fatigue, weakness, irritability, dryness of mouth, in those conditions also it is very important that you start checking your blood glucose levels. Other symptoms which are actually developing because of complications of diabetes. If you develop these symptoms, that means your sugar levels have been high for a long duration of time. These symptoms are blurring of vision, tingling of the feet or numbness in the feet, or else delayed healing of the wounds. So many times it comes to the notice that patient undergoes a surgery, and during that time they come to know that they have got high blood glucose level. Or else if someone is outpatient, develops an injury and has been doing the dressing and taking adequate treatment, adequate care, but still the wound is not healing, the reason for that can be high blood sugar levels also. So these are the symptoms which come when there is diabetes uncontrolled and unmanaged for a longer duration. So all this collectively, as I have told you, thirst, frequent urination, feeling dry mouth, unexplained weight loss, irritability, fatigue, blurring of vision, tingling, numbness in the feet, delayed healing of wounds, all of this also may be present together, or one or two of this may be present in the patient. In either case, it is important to check. So as I've told you, no, all the diabetics will not have the symptoms, and even in the absence of any of the symptoms, if you still are at risk of developing high blood sugar level, then you should get your tests done. What happens if you see the symptoms and still you ignore it? So many a times patients get diagnosed on the regular health checkup, but because they do not have symptoms, they feel that it's just made up. Maybe it's not true that they have diabetes, and that is why they continue with their eating habits. They do not change their lifestyle, and the problem is that in no time they will start developing complications of diabetes, and these complications eventually can be leading to morbidity and mortality in the long run. So, talking about the complications, why do they occur? So, one thing is that blood glucose, as it increases the fats in the body, it increases the cholesterol in the body, and a lot of antioxidants in the body, which can damage the cell. This all together start damaging the major blood vessels in your brain and in your heart. So when they start affecting the major blood vessels of your heart, you may develop, if I can tell it in a very simple language, blockages in the heart, which can lead to angina, that is chest pain, and which may in future may also lead to heart attacks, that is proper acute coronary syndrome. If this blockages and this pressure of high glucose levels start increasing the pressure in the kidney, patient may start having kidney issues in which their creatinine level starts rising, and eventually all the complications of kidney disease may increase with time, leading to patient going even on hemodialysis. When the damage occurs to the small vessels of the eyes, patient can develop hemorrhages inside the eyes, can develop retinopathies, vitreous hemorrhages, maculopathies. All this can lead to partial or complete blindness in the long run, which sounds really terrible. Like someone who is born normal just because of not taking the right treatment can be actually turning blind for rest of the life. Nerve damages, it can lead to the damage to the nervous system of the body, which can lead to peripheral neuropathies, difficulty in balancing your feet, difficulty in walking, difficulty in feeling the shoe in your feet. So many times people who are uncontrolled diabetic have actually slipping of their footwear and without their knowledge, and that also leads to various dangerous ulcers as well as various non-healing wounds in the feet. So nerve damage can be as small as less as tingling numbness to as high as unable to walk, leading to severe peripheral neuropathy. And some individuals may develop non-healing wound in the body because of the blockage of the blood supply to the feet, to the peripheries of the body. Because the blockage occurs to the blockage of blood supply occurs, this leads to less oxygen supply to the cells of the foot and the hand, due to which the patient may develop non-healing wounds, and sometimes it can be so badly infected that it can even lead to amputation. And we have witnessed patients having just two amputation, and there are patients who have had below knee amputations and patients who have had above knee amputations also because of infected diabetic foot. So, what looks as like a simple blood glucose high report on the paper may actually be leading to a crippled human being who can be who would have amputation and who will be bedridden for life. So, diabetes can turn into a lot of morbid problems of our body. How does diabetes affect the heart? As I told you, it increases the cholesterol level, because of which you can see the yellow deposition on the blood vessel. This yellow deposition has decreased the size of the pipe so much that only a thin stream of blood can pass through. And eventually, when that part also gets blocked, the complete stoppage of blood supply to the muscle of the heart occurs, leading to what is called as heart attack. And heart, being such a vital organ of the body, if not looked after properly, can result into death of the person. And same thing when it happens in the brain, it leads to paralytic attack, that is stroke. So we need to be careful right before time. The eye problems, it can cause damage to the retina, which in Hindi we usually call the parda of the eye. And when the retina is damaged, vision starts getting affected. It can cause cataract early in age. It can cause glaucoma, that is increase in the eye pressure, which can lead to partial or complete blindness in long run. So all those who have been diagnosed with diabetes should at least do every biannual, like every 2 years, they should get their eye checkup done. Those who have already developed eye complications should get it checked once a year or even every 6 months, or whenever the symptoms arise in less than 6 months also, they should do a regular eye checkup. Nerve damages leads to inability to feel the cold or heat, because of which lot of patients develop pressure sores in the body. Some may develop imbalance of the body and low blood pressure, which gives them a fainting and dizziness spells also. Like whenever these patients are trying to stand up, they may just feel dizzy because their pressure suddenly goes down, which we call as orthostatic hypotension. So this some individuals, it can get so severe that they lose the bladder control and they stop realizing that their bladder is full, and they may not be able to pee, not be able to pass urine like normal individuals. In this case, they may also end up being on permanent catheter. Diabetic foot, as I told you, poor blood circulation in the legs results into loss of sensation in the feet and damage to the nerves, resulting into infections and ulcers in the feet, leading to various level amputation in future. Kidney disease, the pressure of high glucose level increases the work of the kidney, which being very delicate organ eventually get damaged, and it may even lead to hemodialysis and need for renal kidney transplant. So now when we have spoken about diabetes and how its complications develop, it's very important that you consult your doctor at the earliest and also get it diagnosed from day one whether you are type 1 or type 2 diabetic, and accordingly take the right treatment. And while being on treatment, make sure that you discuss with your doctor about hypoglycemias. So, whenever a patient is on treatment for diabetes, this is a very important reason for which many of them get hospitalized. Hypoglycemia means low blood sugar levels. Now, this patient we are treating who has got high blood sugar levels, we give them medication, but sometimes the intake of food may not match the amount of medication, and patient may develop what is called as blood sugar levels which are very low, as low as less than 72 mg per deciliter. It is called as hypoglycemia. Anyone who is on treatment for diabetes should be aware of the signs and symptoms of hypoglycemia, because whenever you're at home, the patient himself and the caretaker should know that if the patient is developing dizziness or is developing sweating out of proportion, irritability, or tremors of the hands, which is called as shaking of the hands, that means that they have got low blood sugar levels. And because of these symptoms, immediately a caretaker or the patient himself will check the blood sugar level whether they are normal or they are less than 70 mg per deciliter. Some patients may even develop unconsciousness if the sugar levels are very low and may go into a comatose state. This being very dangerous, it is important that all the patients and the caretakers are aware of hypoglycemia. If you have low sugar levels, immediately try to consume something which has got high sugar. You may have a sweet, you may have banana, you may have a meal which is already ready, or is just have sugar which is easily available in the house, or have a chocolate, and let the sugar level rise. Once the sugar level is consistently high, only after that you can restart the treatment, and make sure you at least page your doctor or connect with the doctor or the diabetic nurse to tell that you have had the episode of hypoglycemia, so that they can also watch you constantly and guide you about how to prevent such attacks in future. Whenever you are having going for exercise, make sure that you don't go empty stomach. Since you're on diabetic medications or not on diabetic medications, at least have a small meal which may be like some sugar biscuits or some simple fruit whenever you go for exercise. And if you have been experiencing too much of hypoglycemia, then you may have to take some extra carbohydrate before doing the exercise, like two biscuits or sandwich or bar. But provided you have hypoglycemia, you're allowed to take extra carbohydrate. If your sugar levels are well managed, take a fruit with simple sugar and go for a walk or go for your exercise. Do not go empty stomach. That's all. The most important thing is that you need to have a glucometer at home, and you should be aware of how to do self monitoring of blood glucose. Though we have various latest technologies like CGMS and all now in picture, not everyone in our country can afford it, but glucometer is not very expensive, and that's why every diabetic patient should have it at home, and they should regularly measure their blood sugar levels in order to prevent hypoglycemias. Thank you so much for your patient listening, and I would love to take questions at the end or
Thank
whenever
you
you
very say.
say.
much. Thank you very much, Dr. Savla, for enlightening us about the diabetes. And you have mentioned very clearly that the diabetes can lead for the organs failure, organs problems, which is a very much concern today. And my question to you, shall I take the question now or after my second guest, Mr. Neil Kumar?
We got one question we want to ask, particularly Frederick from Kenya is asking a question that the normal diet for the Africans is maize and kidney beans, the red kidney beans. He, whilst getting one or two symptoms of diabetes, generally the Africans in that part are less known to have diabetes, maybe because they don't have diagnosis. He wants to ask you a question, Dr. Honey. Is maize and kidney beans good because of the low glycemic index?
Yeah. So talking about maize and kidney beans are still good. But if I have to tell about maize, if you consume it in moderation, it is okay. But if you consume it in high quantities, it is going to lead to high blood glucose levels. And especially when you're already diagnosed diabetes, you need to cut down the portion size. And you need
Okay.
to increase your exercise in according to what calorie intake you are doing.
So, Frederick, you are listening in the social media. It's okay, kidney beans. It's okay to eat maize. Eat maize in moderation. So be rational about it. And you should be okay. Maybe cut it down and see if you make, and it makes you feel good and better. Rotarian Lal Boy, let's go to the next guest. And Anjali, we can
No,
have a chit chat.
I just want to ask one question before I will go to the next guest. Is Dr. Savla, you mentioned about the lifestyle, and today in the today's scenario, we know that the lifestyle is full of stress. Whether a young person, especially working in IT sectors and all challenging jobs, they are working, sitting and eating all the junk foods because of their work is such type of thing. In that case, what type of lifestyle you suggest to avoid the diabetes?
Yeah. So that's the actual practical scenario which we come across today, because nowadays, like not like before, we see many young individuals coming with high blood sugar levels, many young individuals coming with high BMI, obesity. So I think what we have to start doing from day one for this individual is to make them aware about the obesity leading to all of these metabolic issues. So first thing is that they need to understand how to control their weight, and for that they definitely need to take time out, or at least on the weekends when they are off, for the exercise. Maybe they can exercise a little better and take a combination of exercise, not just doing cardio, but they can also do weight training in those days. I think the firms are also nowadays encouraging having gym inside their buildings, where the employee before or after starting the work can at least do weight training exercises before they leave the campus. So that's a very encouraging move. Second thing is that the cafeterias and the canteens in these firms have also got an awareness where they're introducing new types of tasty salads. So I think we need to develop that taste for the salads, and we need to develop that tendency to consume more of salads, more of water, and then take carb, because we don't live in an era where we need to consume all the carbs like roti, rice, everything in a meal. We now need to choose one carb in the meal, which is going to give us energy, which will be long lasting, plus it will give us a less amount of spike in the blood sugar level. Like using an oatmeal is very helpful, using chickpeas is very helpful, taking caesar salads which have less calories, less bread in it, helps to fill your stomach and at the same time give you less spike in your blood sugar level. For all those people who come from IT, I always say that keep alarms in your phone. After 1 hour, make sure that you walk in the office for 5 minutes and then get back to your chair. So that will keep them active during the weekdays, and maybe at the weekend they can compensate by doing exercise, because the exercise advised is 150 minutes a week. So if they finish 150 minutes a week in 4 days or 5 days, it will at least keep them in proper shape and prevent this metabolic ailments.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Savla. Be there. We will ask more questions after our second guest. And I would like to invite and introduce our second guest tonight. And he's Rotarian Dr. Ramin Goyal. Rotarian Dr. Ramin Goyal is MS, FRCS, FAS, MBS. He's a pioneer diabetes and bariatric surgeon from Mumbai. He's the director of the Center of Excellence in Bariatric and Metabolic Surgery at Wokhard Hospital, Mumbai. He is the founder president of the Diabetes Surgery Foundation. He is the member of the Specialists Board, National Board of Examination, Government of India. He is the founder editor of the Journal of Bariatric Surgery. He has over 40 research publications and book chapters. He is the chief trustee of the Indian Association of Gastrointestinal Endosurgeons, IAGES. He is a pioneer, a teacher, and a thought leader. Welcome, Rotarian Dr. Ramin Goyal on our show. Rotarian Dr. Ramin Goyal, this show is being watched by Healing Our Earth, courtesy Mr. Neil Kumar and his team, who are in this for so many years, every week on a new topic to save our earth, heal our earth. And this is telecast around the world, and people are joining from around the world. And because today's topic is diabetes awareness, and as I already mentioned that India is a capital of diabetes, and you have heard our first panelist, Dr. Anisa Savla, who has elaborated about the diabetes, the symptoms, cure, and the lifestyle, etc. Now, being a surgeon, we would like to know from you your views on about the diabetes in India, especially in India and across the world. Rotarian Dr. Raman Goel, please.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I've been told that this program is going through UK, and I'm here in Brighton for the British Obesity Surgery Society meeting, which is starting tomorrow. So it's a bright and windy evening in Brighton, and I'm pleased to talk about this particular issue on which I'm also going to speak day after tomorrow in Brighton about diabetes surgery, because there is very little awareness about this possibility. And most of the patients who have diabetes uh, feel helpless because they have been taking medicines, they have been exercising, they have been following lifestyle changes that are recommended, but still a vast majority of them remain uncontrolled. So they are helpless, and their family members just have no clue how to avoid long-term issues with their parents or their brothers. So I'll just start sharing my slide, and then we can take this further. All right, I hope you are able to see my slides here.
Can you just make it full screen, please?
Now?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Yeah, great. So, one second. Now, this is where I work in Mumbai. This is at Wockhardt Hospital, and we also publish a journal of bariatric surgery. Some of the leading bariatric surgeons from UK are also our co-editors. And
नमस्कार, मी
this is a
शिवराज बेंद्रे. मी पोलीस सब इन्स्पेक्टर आहे. माझी एप्रिल महिन्यामध्ये बॅरेटिक सर्जरी झालेली आहे. मला डायबिटीसचा त्रास होता. माझं वजन काही जास्त नव्हतं. वजन 78 kg होतं. पण मला डायबिटीसचा त्रास असल्यामुळे मी बॅरेटिक सर्जरी डॉक्टर रमण गोयल आणि मधु मॅडम यांच्या सल्ल्यानुसार केली होती. तर बॅरेटिक सर्जरी नंतर माझं पूर्वी जे काही ब्लड शुगर HbA1c जो आहे माझा 10% होता, तो आता जवळजवळ 2-2.5 महिन्यानंतर 6 पॉईंट आलेला आहे. आणि ब्लड शुगरमध्ये बरेच तफावत झालेली आहे. ब्लड शुगर एकदम नॉर्मल झालेले आहेत. सर्व रुटीन चांगलं झालेलं आहे.
So he's a police inspector who had a surgery he was just 78 kgs, but his HbA1c, even with all the medicines and very active physical lifestyle, was still at 10. And he underwent this surgery, and he says within 2.5 months, the HbA1c has come down to 6. So this is the kind of change that is seen when we do a metabolic surgery. This is just an idea of to give you an idea of what's happening in India. The diabetes is almost in 20% of population, more in urban areas, while the pre-diabetes is in another 20 to 30% population. So overall, almost 50% of the population is either diabetic or pre-diabetic. And the scary part is that the pre-diabetes is equal in rural and urban area. That means over a period of next 5 to 10 years, diabetes will become almost same in urban and rural areas. And this is where the problem starts, because just the diagnosis of diabetes is not an issue. The problem is that even with the awareness, education, affordability, 77% of patients of diabetes in India are uncontrolled diabetic. And this is a very recent ICMR study which got published in 2022. So these are the patients who are at a very high risk of having diabetes related complications. Almost 50% of diabetes patients have at least 2 complications. All right. So this is a problem for which there is and it's an expensive disease. I'm sure Dr. Sabla has discussed this, but this is the kind of cost that India incurs, $31 billion in 2017. We just need to have the new data. And as many of you are aware, that medical treatment is the first cause of poverty in our country, because it leads, diabetes alone exhausts up to 25% of average household income. And this is where we need to discuss. This is what I said. If you join these patients who have 4 comorbidity, 3 comorbidity, and 2 comorbidity together, this will be more than 50%. So this is where the issues of diabetes management is concerned, that medicines alone are not enough to control diabetes in most of the patients. Those who get well controlled, they must continue with the medicines. But those patients who have been struggling with medical control, there are options available now. Surgery is another treatment option. Obviously, primary, the basic treatment option is lifestyle changes and exercises, and then medicines. And if medicines are not helping, then surgery may be considered, and I'll discuss that in detail. Now, these surgeries are the same as what we could know as bariatric surgery or weight loss surgery. But what has been seen over last 20-30 years, that this surgery helps in control of diabetes much faster than weight loss. Patients' insulin stop within 6 days. They have not lost even 2 to 3 kgs, but the sugars get controlled so fast because it has a direct effect. It is not effect related to weight loss alone, but it has a direct effect, and I'll talk to you about that. It is not a new concept. In 1955, if you see at the bottom and on the right side, this was published, that somebody had a subtotal gastrectomy, that means part of the stomach was removed, and their diabetes got treated. But it took almost 50 years for doctors to realize that this is a real concept. And now, very recently in 2022, again, if you see bottom left, bottom right, December 22, the guidelines, worldwide guidelines changed. And they said that anybody with 27.5 BMI, that means if somebody is 7-8 kgs overweight and is of Asian descent and has uncontrolled diabetes, then surgery can be offered to them. Now these are categories, but the effect is the same. So whether we do it in 28 BMI, whether we do it in somebody with controlled diabetes, but the question is, we are allowed to operate on uncontrolled Asian patients about 27.5 BMI. And various associations have endorsed that, to the extent that in this country in which I am here today, in UK, the NICE guideline says that if there is a person of Asian origin who has diabetes for less than 10 years, then this person can have a surgery in NHS. Now, a lot of doctors in UK question this, that how can you do this surgery in India? But even in UK, this is officially allowed. Not many people are getting it done. That's a different thing. The Indian guidelines is also the same, that if somebody has a BMI of 27.5, then we can offer this surgery. Now, what happens after this surgery? That's very interesting. 80% of the patients will have normal sugar within a month's time. And most of them will go off medicine, and they will remain off medicine for a long, long time. Even after 10 years, 1/3 of the patients are still not requiring medicines. So one part is control of diabetes, one second part is medicines continuation or discontinuation. So control of diabetes remains in about 80% of patients even after 10 years, while the medicine discontinuation is there in about 1/3 of the patient at 10 years. Initially, it is in most of the patients. And we have published this repeatedly from our own center, where we say after surgery at 3 years, 80 to 92% patients are maintaining their HbA1c below 6.5, and at 7 years, 68% of them are maintaining below 6.5. So this is the kind of difference that people must realize, that this is there, this is officially allowed worldwide. The challenge is that everybody says that this is a bariatric surgery. Does it work well if you are doing it in a thin patient? who is not very heavy or not morbidly obese. So there is enough data. It has been done. The first trial I am showing is from Cleveland Clinic, which says that whether we do these surgeries above 35 BMI or below 35 BMI, the impact of surgery on diabetes is the same. And there is the Indian studies which have shown that this is valid on Indian patients. So now the guidelines says that we can operate on these patients. The surgeries are the same. I believe some of you are aware. These are the same surgeries like a sleeve or a bypass. I will not go into technical detail. This is a keyhole surgery. A laparoscopic surgery, as most of you are aware, a surgery which takes just about 1 hour and treats your diabetes lifelong. After this surgery, patient can walk and drink some liquids within 6 to 8 hours. Usual hospital stay is about 1 to 2 days, and they are able to resume. So in patients where the sugars are not getting controlled with medicine, one should consider this option and one should think about it for their family members. Now, how the surgery works? So basically, what we know is that these red dots at the end of the small intestine, this is where a hormone is secreted called GLP-1. Now, in diabetic patients, this is GLP-1 is secreted little late. So what we do in this surgery is we do a bypass, we bring this part closer to food. So as soon as the food goes here, the GLP-1 is secreted, which controls the insulin resistance and more insulin is produced. Now this results in control of primary problem of diabetes, that's insulin resistance. And as I mentioned initially, this is nothing to do with weight loss. So if somebody tells you, whether it's a non-medical or a doctor who tells you that no, if you lose weight, your diabetes will get controlled, I completely agree. But in surgery, this is even weight loss independent. There are multiple mechanisms as shown on this slide, which helps in control of diabetes directly because of surgery, which is weight loss independent. Now, as I've already mentioned, somebody who is suitable, somebody who is 27.5 BMI, around 8 to 10 kg overweight, who is not well controlled. I get so many patients who say, I want diabetes out of my body, please operate me. I'm not taking out diabetes from the body, but we are giving excellent control that will result in less number of complications in time to come, and your near and dear ones can live longer, as I will show you. The complications after surgery go down by almost 70 or 80% to 90%. Heart complications go down by about 84%. Brain stroke goes down by about 75%. The complication that Dr. Savla was mentioning, like blindness, goes down by about 66%. A lot of people in India lose their limbs. I know somebody who was working in a resort, lost his limb because of diabetes. Now, those kind of things can be reduced by almost 80 to 90%. And then what happens if after surgery somebody gains weight? There are studies which shows that even if somebody gains weight, diabetes doesn't come back even after 10 years. So diabetes control happens independent of weight loss, and it remains independent of weight regain. And this is important to realize. Obviously, this surgery has some other benefits like control of blood pressure, triglycerides, reduction of heart attack risk. And because of this, even 10 years after surgery, it has been seen that there are 40% less deaths and 50% less deaths from heart attack. And because of all this, if we operate on a diabetic patient, they are likely to live 9 years longer than if they did not have the surgery. So I think this is the ultimate proof, and these are all, I've given publications below. These are all publications in international journals. And because of this, now what happens is the sugars are controlled by eating. So when the person eats, the GLP-1 is secreted and the insulin is secreted and sugars get controlled. So if I show you a report of one of my patient, her fasting sugar is 112 and after meal sugar is 89. So these patients will always have less sugar after food. Their fasting sugar may still remain little high. And because of this, we tell these patients you should eat more frequently, avoid starvation diet or long breaks. They should continue to eat diabetic food. Obviously, it's not a license to eat high glycemic index food. They should exercise regularly and they must check their HbA1c every 3 months. Now, what happens? A lot of discussion about safety of surgery. Now, these surgeries are being done worldwide for almost 60 to 70 years. I am myself doing it for almost 25 years now. And there is enough data to show that this surgery is safer than a gallbladder surgery. So, please, uh, please let's look at the data, and one should not be scared because this is a surgery, but definitely gives a long-term control. Diabetes is not a medical disease. Diabetes is a disease. It can be treated medically, it can be treated surgically, or both together. Now, in India, these surgeries are covered under insurance, and these are old guidelines. Insurance has not changed, but at 35 EMI, anybody with uncontrolled diabetes can still have this surgery on a cashless basis. I'm sure, as I mentioned, in NHS in UK also offers this surgery for patients of Asian descent. And this is just to show you one of my patient. He's a doctor himself. He does surgery on 11th of October 23, and a month later, his HbA1c has already gone down from 8.5 to 7. So this is the kind of transformation that happens. So I would like to thank the organizer of this program today for inviting me, because this is a new concept, a lot of ignorance about it, even among the medical community. And some people have even questioned me on programs like these, that I can do it in India, it can be done in UK. But that's just out of their ignorance. I forgive them for asking such questions. The fact remains that this surgery is an option.
My Dr. Nitin Kulkarni.
I'll just stop
Pune
this. I
practice.
don't want to play this. And if there are any questions, I'll be very happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Dr. Ramin Goel, for elaborating about the diabetes to be cured by surgery, which is definitely something one should consider, because if the patient, as you rightly said, the patient is not being treated even by the medicine, then they should go for the surgery, which is quite safe. My only question to you right now is there any minimum age or the maximum age for this particular surgery?
So these surgeries are typically done between 18 to 70 years of age. But we recently operated on a doctor's mother-in-law at 76 years of age, because she had large non-healing ulcers on her leg, and she has become wheelchair bound because of that. And there was just no way that imagine the doctor himself was not able to manage, and she lives in Mumbai. So we operated her, and within 1.5 months, her ulcers healed and she started walking. So I think beyond 18 to 70 years, we can decide on a case-to-case basis. But that's the guideline. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Anil Kumar, or I can see Dr. Anjali Agrawal is there. Would like to ask question. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Raman. It was a very interesting talk. I've had one patient, I've been treating her. She had a bariatric surgery, especially to control her diabetes. And she had a lot of nutritional deficiency after the surgery. So, what is your suggestion? She was around maybe 55 to 60 and developed a lot of knee pain after the surgery. So, what is your recommendation? But her diabetes definitely got better.
Yeah. So nutritional issues are likely to remain if they are not following the instructions. So what happens is that these patients are eating a very small meal, as happens after any bariatric surgery. They need to get adequate nutrition in terms of proteins and their vitamins and minerals. There are standardized protocols which are advised by our team, And if patients follow, majority of them do not have these deficiencies. Now, deficiencies happen because if somebody changes their, let's say, a calcium compound from what has been prescribed to something else, then they can end up with deficiencies. But usually, as I said, majority of them have gone through so much in life, they follow the instructions very well, and they do not have the problems. Knee joint pain should not happen after this surgery, because the weight loss also happens with this surgery. So actually, the knee pain should improve, but
Right.
but age-related issues will obviously come, irrespective of whether they had a surgery or they did not have a surgery.
Thank you, doctor.
Okay. My another question to you, Dr. Raman Goyal, is how much it cost the surgery, because people have that apprehension that it might be costing too much.
No, no, we are not that expensive. The surgery is covered under insurance, at least in India now, and 80% of the patients we operate are getting it done the cashless route. So for them, this costs nothing. But just to give you a figure, for international patients, it would be somewhere about 3 lakhs to about 4.5 lakh rupees, or about $5,000. So around that could be the best way to know. But it depends on the which class patient comes, or which hospital patients come. But this is usually the approximate cost.
Okay. Mr. Anil Kumar would like to ask questions.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal Gohel. As usual, you bring so many eminent personalities. Dr. Raman Gohel obviously has been part of Healing Our Earth before as well. And I believe maybe he is the most prominent, or maybe the first non-surgeon, bariatric surgeon certainly in Mumbai. Isn't that right, Dr. Raman Gohel?
I'm a bariatric surgeon. I'm not. Yeah, I'm a bariatric surgeon, the first one in Mumbai. Yes.
Yes, and you're there in Mumbai Central, a very prominent place and organization that you're working. So we're very proud to have you here. Your relationship with different experts in different part of the earth. So welcome to Brighton. Brighton is where I got my degree so many years back. I'm obviously younger than you, but in 1979, that's where I used to study. So you are in a beautiful part of the country, and I take it that you might be flying out from Gatwick or Heathrow. In case if you are in London, Rotarian Lal Goyal will give you my number. We can maybe hook up. Why we are very proud of you is that not only are you cool when you are dealing with your patients, the wealth of information that you have accumulated is so useful. So from the social media, the general looking at different question, I think one of the questions is, what are the risk factors of doing bariatric surgery?
Okay, so I'll explain it this way. The risk in the surgery is that there's a long list of what can go wrong, but things don't go wrong. Surgically, the risk is not so high. The risk is more in the patient. So if this patient who has uncontrolled diabetes undergoes appendix or a gallbladder surgery or a knee replacement surgery, the risk remains the same. We treat majority of our patients have diabetes, so and we work in a very good hospital, so the infection possibility is minimum. The hospital ensures that the quality of sterilization is excellent. Otherwise, there are not many issues that we face. But theoretically, yes, anything can go wrong. These are the patients who had a heart surgery in past. Some of these patients come to us who are on dialysis. Some of these patients already have a heart failure with an ejection fraction of 20%. And since Dr. Hani Savla works and I work together, she manages the medical part of them, and I look after the surgery part. So she manages the difficult part. I do the easy job of just doing the surgery, because these are the patients who are medically more unstable. Fortunately, these are not emergency surgeries, so we are able to optimize them with the help of our medical team, physician like Dr. Hani Savla, and we are able to we get time to prepare them. And then things don't go wrong.
So it's so beautiful that, I mean, both you and Dr. Hani are from Wockhardt Group, which is a big brand of India, certainly in Mumbai. Everybody knows them, and in other states over there. Uh, you mentioned that the risk factor are just maybe as much as any surgery could be, and as long as the patient takes care of them, there is a good chance of recovery and also maybe alleviating diabetes and maybe other diseases that could be contracted because of huge obesity. What, according to you, is a safe BMI? Because America changes, Japan changes, UK changes, India changes. So, what is a guideline? And BMI doesn't mean that if you have a good BMI, you don't get diabetes. But what do you think is a safe BMI?
No, I don't think there is anything like safe BMI for developing diabetes. Diabetes is an independent disease, and if a person puts on weight, the possibility of diabetes increases. But that's an entirely different disease. In India, the safe BMI that we consider is 23. So 23 and below is considered normal. Above 23 is considered overweight, and above 25 we consider it obesity, which is much lower than the British or American guidelines where the BMI has to be 25 and 30. So it is lower for patients for people from India because we have less muscle mass, and even a few kg weight gain leads to more fat percentage and more possibility of disease. So I think the safe BMI is whatever you can achieve. If you are 30 BMI and if you can come down to 28, I think that's a big achievement. Or if you maintain at 30, that's also creditable. So I think let's not enter into by stigmatizing people who are struggling with obesity. Wherever, as Dr. Savla was mentioning, if you are eating healthy and if you are exercising regularly, any BMI could be a good BMI for you.
So there you are. Don't be scared if your BMI is very high. That doesn't mean you're past it. Let's ask a diabetic patient over here, Dr. Lingeswari, who is diabetic and he's a doctor as well. Dr. Lingeswari, what have you
Yes,
learned
sir.
from Dr. Raman and Dr. Honey?
Yes, they're very informative, and I also worked in the diabetology unit at the hospital, a teaching hospital, and I find the proportion of Asian Indian diabetics are far more than the Western Europeans and so on. And the diet, I mean, it's quite obvious the diets are quite different, and obesity exists in both groups, but I don't find the European origin or Caucasians having diabetes as often as the obese in Indian population. So that's quite intriguing. Um, what else can I say? What
So
was the
let's
other
go.
thing you asked me? You asked me two questions.
So let's go to Dr. Honey there, because then it comes to maybe diet or the African population, maybe because they don't have diagnosis center, they seem to project lesser diabetic per population over there. Dr. Honey, do you feel that the South Asian actually suffer more, and South Asian being predominantly like India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, etc.?
Yes.
Do you think our diet is bad? And if that was the case, our forefathers who were living in more in rural areas were very fit. Do you think diabetes has just suddenly sprung up in the last 70, 80 years, or do you feel something else is happening?
Yeah. So, in my experience, we are seeing a definitely increase in the number of diabetic, and the more important thing is the demographics. The age which we are seeing at which people are getting diagnosed with diabetes is getting younger and younger, and lesser and lesser. Like we have an individual who is 20 years who is having an acute coronary syndrome and diabetes. We have an individual who is 25 years and having a regular health checkup and getting diagnosed as having high blood sugar levels. So yes, the number of patients who are developing diabetes is increasing as the population increases, as the lifestyle changes. but the diet has not changed so much. We have shifted more towards the westernization of diet. We take a lot of junk food, a lot of easy food, processed food, and even stored food. So I think that is one of the reason why we are going more towards this. And the second thing is sedentary lifestyle. Being most of the population, the younger population, having desk job, uh, their activities are much less, and the diet which they consume is too calorie dense and even high in fats. And that is where there's a great mismatch, because of which the weight gain is more, activity is less, and number of metabolic diseases are rising and rising day by day, and they are getting diagnosed in younger and younger population,
And
initially.
now that we are going AI and we are completely computerized, all our equipment, our car, our fridge, our washing machine, our taps, everything is digitized. So we are using more and more digitization, less natural foods and more processed food. Then you are very right that I think if we don't bring awareness now, the shocking statistic that you mentioned about India, almost 1 in 3, wherever you turn around, one person has got diabetes.
Yeah.
So I think it's very, very shocking, and maybe the Dr. Rotarian Lal Goyal and Dr. Raman, in your young days when you were children, and was diabetes known to people? Was it known?
No, very few actually. It wasn't such a big problem in India or anywhere else. And the changes that I can say that is happening over the generations is that, say, for example, in our childhood days, we had three meals, mom cooked or family cooked, and we had breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We didn't eat between the times, and we didn't go and snack in the middle of the night, and we never had such habits. And the elders were strict on that, and all the food was cooked from scratch. You didn't have this idea of, oh, order food today, order food for next week. Such things. Everything was freshly cooked, then and there cooked, then and there eaten. And the people didn't even need a fridge because everybody cooked fresh.
So fresh eating,
Yes.
strict upbringing was good. And Rotarian Lal Goyal and Rotarian Raman, in your childhood days, again, was diabetes very prominent and everybody knew, or do you think you have seen the spike in the last 30, 40 years?
Yes.
If you are asking me the question,
Yes.
as the doctor, the previous she mentioned is right, that at that time the food was cooked fresh. There is no fridge. I remember that we got our first fridge in 1959 or 1960. Before that, everything was cooked freshly, and there was no urea to be used in the fertilizer. Everything is organic at that time.
Yes.
While today we are purchasing organic fruits and vegetables from malls and from the shops. We don't know whether it's organic or not. So that is one of the reasons. Second reason, there is no air conditioner at that time, either at home or in office or in the car. So people used to sweat, and electricity was also not that great in the small cities, apart from the metro like Mumbai. So people used to sweat, and they used to work, they used to cycle. We used to go to school for about 3 kilometers on cycle at that time. Today, no one goes to the school on cycle. The cars are there, the buses are there to carry them. And I think that is one of the reasons that we have not heard that much thing. And might be that at that time, no such type of tests were available to diagnose the diabetes, what we are having today. But still, the lifestyle was very healthy because nowadays doctors prescribe you walk, you cycle. But at that time, we used to walk ourselves. We used to walk many kilometers. We used to cycle. We used to eat everything very healthy. But now, no packaged food at that time, like today. So that might be the reason that diabetes was not that much. That is as far as my childhood is concerned.
And it's basic common sense. Rotarian Lal Goyal, you just mentioned that. Exercise was very rife, fresh food was there, no screens, no computer. In fact, I remember that even 60 years back, even to get a telephone line, even in United Kingdom, you have to apply, then they come after a month. I mean, in India, we didn't even have the call boxes at the shops as well. It was very unusual having to go to the center to make a call. That I'm talking about India. I was born in Africa, but even I'm talking about London 50 years back. And now, mobile phone, sitting at home, television with more than 500 channels. I mean, in our lifetime, maybe there was only one channel. We knew BBC, and maybe you knew in India Doordarshan, and in Africa there was just KBC. Complete lifestyle has changed. Anjali and Honey are maybe younger than us, but what a lifestyle change. So let's go to our expert, Dr. Raman, who apart from being bariatric surgeon, obviously is a doctor who has studied quite well as well. What tips would you like to give either to the youngsters or to the community now that they might as well get the warning before it's too late? Dr. Raman Goyal?
I think the tip part is very simple. Eating healthy, making right food choices, and being physically active. More important than that is to do a regular health checkup. If you are under 50 years, maybe once in 3 years at least, uh, or above that every year, because of the high percentage of diabetes that's being diagnosed now is because people are getting themselves tested. Besides the junk food and lack of exercise, I remember when I was doing my graduation in medicine, we did a camp in a town in north for eye checkups, and 50% of those whom we tested were diabetic, and they had no clue about it. So the people are not aware that they are suffering from diseases, and regular checkup is so important. So I think a concept of glycemic index, that you eat food which doesn't increase your blood sugar, is so important and so simple to follow. People follow bigger things in life, like they try to do intermittent fasting, try to eat only in 8 hours window, which is so demanding. But instead of that, if they concentrate on low glycemic food, um, avoid snacking, as Dr. Lingavati was mentioning, that avoid snacking between meals. These are the things which are important. Physical activity, whatever is possible. It's not necessary that everybody goes to a gym or everybody exercises 1 hour a day. But if you're physically active, that is good enough. I think these are part of healthy living and not necessarily with related to diabetes.
What are your most favorite 5, 6 foods, whether it's vegetable, nuts, or fruits, or simple food that you think is generally available in every country, which are low glycemic index?
I think if somebody is non-vegetarian food is a good low glycemic index food. So high protein food is good low glycemic index food. The challenge comes where, and similarly are vegetables. Vegetables are also low glycemic index food. The challenge is with the fruits and with the nuts and with the cereals. So whether it's wheat or rice or fruits, people start believing that something is light and like let's say watermelon, but it has such high glycemic index that it's absolutely bad for a diabetic. So understanding the science and not just going by logic is so important. So if one take home message for diabetics is to be taken from this program from my side, it is just open up Google, search for glycemic index of food items that you consume, and you will realize that if you are a diabetic or somebody in your family is diabetic, where all they are going wrong. It could be something very simple like a lot of people believe that eating cereal like jawar is good or bajra is good in India. But if you read the glycemic index, they will find some of them are not really safe. So they are not safe for diabetic, but they may be safe for non-diabetic. So for if since we are discussing diabetes today, I think glycemic index is one thing that must be considered before making any food choices. And most of us eat only 8 or 10 types of food items. We talk of cereals, chapatis, rice, dals, and non-veg. So if you are looking at fruits and cereals, you just need to find between these two which are the safe ones, and you need to make a small food choices. Like some of our parents were eating this besan ki roti, the what do you call, the chickpea flour, which is good for diabetes. But a lot of people do not eat that because they say it's heavy. But the question is, for diabetic, it's better than eating just a plain wheat or a maida ki roti or the white flour. So I think those small changes can make diabetes control much easier for a patient like that.
Thank you, Dr. Raman. And Dr. Hani, same question. What favorite foods that you safely eat, or you can think general public, not just in India, because nowadays, generally, most of the country have got almost any foods that is coming because, the world exports and imports foods. Maybe eating seasonal fruits and foods are better. But what do you feel that is easy to eat that could be safe and generally okay? Because if people are not expert to know what the index is and they look for calorie and sugar per 100 grams and fat per 100 grams, what is the easier way to talk to people so it is fairly safe to consume those kind of eat foods? Like I think avocado is okay to eat, it's a good fat. Carrot is okay. You will not die eating carrot or lettuce or avocado or cucumber. But what would be easy for you?
So I think Dr. Goel had very nicely enlightened how it is important to choose certain foods. What I would add to it is that whatever food you consume, you need to consume it in moderation. Any food which even has low glycemic index, if consumed too much in excess, is going to cause any issue, health related issue. It may not rise your sugar, but it may cause some other digestion issues. Like there was a trend of millet when government promoted millet. So then there was a group of society which just went on a millet diet straight away and developed a lot of deficiency. So doing excess of anything is really harmful. We should do it in moderation. We should balance things out. If you want me to choose like 5 items, I would choose that you can consume millets in moderation. You can use chickpeas because they are good in protein and less in glycemic index also. For snacking, you can use, most of the times I advise my patients to use makhanas. For they are pretty safe and light, as well as they are very low on the sugar, and they're at least tasty to eat when you make roasted makhanas and all. So these are certain foods which are going to be safe. If you can want to choose from fruits, you can choose anything out of apple or pear or any citrus fruit which has low glycemic index, and they do not cause spike in the blood sugar level. But if you're going to consume 3 4 fruits in a day, of course your sugar level starts rising. So doing anything in moderation is very important. Now people ask brown rice or white rice, so my simple answer is the quantity is important. You consume, if you start eating brown rice and you take a plate full of brown rice, then you are not actually serving the purpose, and you are actually spoiling it. So any sort of moderation in consuming and choosing food item is important. Seasonal fruits should be consumed, but again you should consume in moderation and make sure that you walk 30 minutes extra. It's not that you can't have mangoes, but have a slice or 2 slices of mango, and make sure that you have a 30-minute walk definitely that day at least, so that you burn that calorie well and get the net and required nutrients from the fruit. So it's very simple to choose amongst the nuts. Almond is good, and walnut is good. So other nuts can cause spike in blood sugar, so among the nuts you can choose this. Among the seeds for snacking, you can use flax seeds, chia seeds, melon seeds. A combination of this can be little palatable also, and they can be light for your sugars as well as for your tummy, for the digestion. So these are small snacking items which you can even carry with you while you are traveling. So they are good enough for any diabetic patient or anyone who is on diet. So amongst the proteins, you can stick to chickpeas and soya beans. Amongst the snacking items, you can stick to makhanas and all. And whenever you want to take cereals, make sure that you choose whatever cereal one at a time and in moderate quantity. So and amongst the fruit, you can consume seasonal fruit, but make sure you walk an extra 30 minutes for it. And those which are low in glycemic index, like apple, pear, and citrus fruits, can be consumed, but quantity should be fixed. One fruit a day is good enough.
So there you are. Dr. Honey is very clear. Portion control will help. You can try different kind of foods. I suggest the rainbow if you can. Apple is safe to eat. Apple is available in every country. One apple a day might be very good. If you are constipated, then go for a pear, which is better for that. So she's very clear. She's saying, do it. You can eat mango. Don't starve yourself, but don't eat 20 mangoes and 30 mangoes and 10 mangoes and go on a rampage. If it's a small mango, that's fine. If it's very sugary, then be careful how you eat it. Roseanne from Italy, honey, is asking, she loves almonds and she eats almonds every day. She is portion control, but she needs to consume 10 to 15 almonds a day. Have you got any objection to that?
So 7 to 10 almonds per day is something which even we recommend many a times, provided I think in India, whatever size of almond we have is going to be uniform throughout. So there is no problem in consuming 7 to 10 almonds a day, and you can divide it in your snacking. Like you can have it in the morning as well as during the snacking time. So there is no harm in consuming that much almond. Beyond that, I think you may not find it palatable anymore if you consume so much for a long period of time. I think you get bored out of things. That's human tendency.
So Roseanne, you are safe to eat. Okay, you are eating about 12. If you spread them, it will be better. You are eating a safer a nut. Nut generally are good. They are good for mood busting. They are good for what it creates. So don't go crazy. If you consume, handful, you are okay. Don't go the 100-gram packet and consume it in one go. That's, not only just 600 calories, but you're also causing yourself a damage. Rotary Lalgoil, your 5 favorite foods. I know you loved South Indian when we went to eat South Indian food, but what are your food? I mean, you obviously take care of your heart as well. So what are your 5 foods that are favorite for you?
I take nuts, walnut, and almonds, and some raisins in the morning, and then I have in the lunch I go for either the dal or some chana or rajma with one chapati or a small portion of rice, as Dr. Savla is mentioning. And evening I used to take, nowadays the mango is in season, so mango smoothie I used to take with mango and lots of ice and 1 scoop of protein powder, and that's it. That is my portion. And once while 1 beer or a small the pint beer or a 1 or 2 small packs of the whiskey, that's what I used to take. And I think that because recently I got my health checkup done with all my testing done, and I was very happy to say that my all the parameters were so good that the doctor, the cardiologist, has reduced my medicines. Generally, they increase because I had as you know, my heart attack in London only in 2016, and I was then this 2 stents were put in me, and now they have reduced the medicine, and because of and every day morning I'm doing walking for about an hour, about 40 to 50 minutes brisk walking, and the 10 minutes cooling and warm up time. So this is the thing which I feel that if at least after 50 or 55 one should have. But the problem which we are facing in India, which is very alarming, because being the charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, a research has been done, the survey has been done in Karnataka, Bangalore, which is a IT hub, and they say that 20% of the IT professionals are suffering from organ failures, and because of the lifestyle. And I'm sure that the main reason is the diabetes, because of their lifestyle. And that is very alarming, for which everyone, all the citizens, the government plays a very big role, that they have to come out with a proper diet plans, and they must enlighten even all the public health units, the primary health units, to see through it that the proper diet and the exercise to be done. Otherwise, this lifestyle which is killing, that's why I asked the question to Dr. Savla initially, is going to be very, very challenging, especially in India, because of the stress level. People are being given the targets, whether they are bankers or IT professional or in the sales or marketing, and they have to fulfill their targets. And I can see them that they are working 18 hours a day. And how they are going to bear this stress, I am sure that is one of the reasons that our all these parameters are going haywire. Because as you asked about the childhood, we were not having any stress at that time. Even the studies, we were doing very coolly, very chill. Nowadays, at the parent thing, I am seeing wrong parenting. They expect that the child should be first in the class, and they want in all the extracurricular activities, dance, football, cricket, and they're putting full pressure on them, which we never faced in our childhood. I'm sure that is one of the reasons. So good parenting is also required if we have to see that the future generation will not suffer from diabetes or organ failure. That is my take.
That comes from an experience, Rotarian Lal Goyal. You've got good habits. Maybe if you can swap your mango instead of late at night because it's sugar and sweet, maybe if you can bring it earlier in the afternoon, and your chana and rajma later is better. Chana and rajma, we have all identified of different nationalities were here today. We had different experts just before you guys came from 3 different countries. We all loved it. Yes, you still have your mango, and see how it is. And we are very proud that you are so fit even after your heart scare. Look at you and being a lead in organ donation, not just in India, but in so many parts of the world. We are very proud of you. And finally, let's go to Dr. Lingeshwari. You wanted to make a comment about your tip for food.
Yes, in our diabetology unit and in most of UK, we have train our patients to do this. As the first thing that is get smaller plate. Whatever meal you want, get a smaller plate than what they are using. And say you got a round plate, we say one side, like one half, it should be the cooked food, and the other half should be raw vegetables, salad, uncooked food. So this way, this helps a lot, and they're allowed to eat what they want, and we don't restrict too much on sweets, except that when the sugar is very high, then we keep a very close eye. But once we advocated this method of eating only one plate, and in that one plate, you divide in half. One side you have cooked food, and the other half should be completely raw food, salad, things like that. Even fruits can be there, and adequate intake of water, and so on. But that made a big change, because normally when you see, especially Indian food, they bring a big thali and there is so many things, and half may be wasted also. But once you reduce it to one plate, then it seems to work very well. If you're feeling hungry, again, you can have a smaller plate, like a snack plate, and that also should be half and half something cooked or fried or whatever you want, and the other half should be raw food. That helped a lot in bringing down the spikes, and the diabetic profile came down actually, and we
Thank you,
still
Dr.
follow it, and I follow it as well.
Thank you, Dr. Lingeshwari is saying, bring smaller plates in your household so it will fill up very faster. Eat the digestible raw vegetables if you can. Use the salads and it's fine. Red peppers, green peppers, make it rainbow, red cabbage. Anything that suits you, that is good for your body, do that. And then you can add bit of little things. If you are Gujarati, be careful of your fafda, gathia, jalebi and everything. And if you are a
Yes.
Bengali, Oh, don't go to the sweet market, because everybody eats so much of that. So it's a wonderful session we have had. Earlier, we talked about methi seeds, which is fenugreek seeds. Those who are listening to us and not of an Indian, yes, everybody agreed that fenugreek seeds are good. You can soak them overnight, drink the water. Bitter gourd is good as well. So everybody has their own opinion. Eat what suits your body. Don't overeat. Don't get a sugar spike. Live happily forever and ever, and try to avoid the instruments that your laptops, desktops, mobile phone control you. Do what Rotarian Lal Goyal said when we were young. We used to visit the friends and family, and we used to have a life beyond the computer and screen. Love you all. Thank you very much. And what a wonderful session we have had. Rotarian Lal Goyal, Dr. Raman Goyal, you are in Brighton, in a beautiful South England part of UK. Do give me a buzz in case if you are coming to London as well. We wish you all the best. We are very proud of you. You are very well known there in Mumbai. Honey, what a wonderful, and you of course know Dr. Raman Lal because you are both from Wockhardt. So a wonderful session. You're all part of Healing Our Earth. Join Healing Our Earth anytime you like. Rotarian Lal Goyal generally hosts his sessions whenever he's here by 9 o'clock Indian time. Dr. Lingeswari, you are new to us. We hope you enjoyed yourself. You are part of Healing Our Earth as well. So thank you. Anjali, time to say Gayatri Mantra. And we wish a big special prayer to all the people who perished in the flight, Air India flight from Ahmedabad, which was departing to London. Even the King Charles of United Kingdom declared 1 minute silence for it and was wearing the black armband today during his journey for his birthday. So may they all rest in peace. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Anjali, Gayatri Mantra, and then we can close. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. It was a very beautiful session today. We learned a lot. Thank you, Dr. Hani, Dr. Raman, Dr. Rotarian Lal Goel. It's been wonderful, having such, informative session with all of you. Let's join our hands in prayer and we'll be saying Gayatri Mantra 3 times. Okay. Om Bhuvasva Tasvaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodaya Om Bhuvasva Tasvaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodaya.